Good evening, re-rollers, and all of the rest of you. We are here with Oceania's TFT Reckoning Finals here. It's the end of the set. We had a wonderful time in set 5, and now we're coming to the final tournament here in Oceania for set 5.5. My name's Gino, and I'm here tonight with Frosty and Crames.
Well, I am, for one, glad to be here with Gino and Kirims as well. It's going to be an exciting 2 days that we've got lined up for you folks. We've got 12 matches in total here to decide who is going to be the representative who goes to Worlds to represent OCE. Kirims, how you doing, buddy?
I'm nervous, excited. I love these players. I want to see who gets to represent OC at Worlds. Obviously, Raza went on a huge run in set 4.5, so I'm looking forward to seeing who shows up in this tournament and who goes on to represent OC at Worlds.
Yeah, well, why don't we have a bit of a look at that format, because we've got all of those players coming through here. The 16 players that are with us today, they came through from that original tournament in set 5. They performed very well. We lost a couple of big names, as you just said there. Raza, our champion from set 4, the one who almost went all of the way through those global finals, not even in with a chance here to do that as well. So let's have a look at the format so far. Okay, so that's how we got here. We've got those 16 players left. It's the OCE regional finals now. Today, we're going to have 2 lobbies running with those 16 players. And then at the end of today, it'll just be all for that top spot. People really want that. They want to be overseas. They want to be our representative. They want to show their, strut their stuff on the world stage. So for this weekend, this is what we're looking at here. 16 players today. As you can see, every single game, they're going to be reseeded. And, I think that'll just give us the fairest look into who gets through, who are going to be those top 8 players making it through to tomorrow, Frosty.
Yeah, absolutely. And really important to note as well is that it's not just going to be, if there's a few stronger players today, they're not just going to be beating up on the weaker guys. It's going to be a constant shift between, the strongest players and the weakest players trying to vie for those top 8 spots today. And it's just going to be absolute chaos, especially considering that this is, for a lot of players, their first foray into a tournament format in set 5.5.
Yeah, definitely. And the key part in this graphic is 8 players are going home tonight. So we're going to go from 16 to 8. It's going to be interesting to see, what strategies players come up with for this tournament. As we look at the playlist, take me through it, Gino? What are we liking here?
Well, as we were talking about before, even just before looking at these players, some big names have fallen to the wayside already. TSM's Keen is gone. Our set 4 champion, Raza, not here. A couple of others as well not joining us, but still, these are the players that are in form right now. They moved through from set 5 with a lot of gusto, and yeah, I think some of the names that have been on the tip of our tongue, the players who we think have been really strong so far, Angora, Chunga, Gauges. I think as we're looking at this list, it's from sort of the top left down. And I believe that's in the seeding order. So Jim Jam is actually our, number 1 seeded player coming into these finals. With Escher, the very popular streamer, probably a couple of the fans in chat there, just squeaking through by the skin of his teeth.
Absolutely. And In all honesty, you say that our set 4 champion is gone, but fun fact, our set 3 champion is joining us tonight in Obo, who did represent us in Galaxy, so they'll definitely be one to watch. Now, before we go any further, we gotta have a bit of stakes here tonight. So
Hmm.
I'm gonna chuck it to you, Kirims. Who is your pick to take the entire event home?
Okay, well, as a caster, we're not meant to be biased, but I'm on Team Angora tonight. I He's one of my favorite players. He's rank 1 on ladder. He's got the best top 4 rate in this. I think he's the best player in this lobby, and I think he's got the biggest potential to win Worlds. So I'm on Team Angora tonight.
Okay, what about you,
Gino?
Frosty?
Oh well, if you want to talk,
I'll
well,
save mine for last.
I can talk for at length here, but there are a lot of big names here, and I could go with Angor, who is absolutely handsome and stunning, and didn't send me his PayPal link before trying to make these compliments. That's not the point. I could go with fan favorites like Escher or Chunga, who has been desperately trying to drop the name of Tawny or whatever you want to call him. And then you got some dark horses. You got Jim Jam, you got Dawnglade, you got Chubby Bunny. But I'm gonna go with someone you may not have heard, but made an impression on me, not only on this tournament, but in set 4.5 as well. Gauges. I think Gauges has been running it up recently, has had some really strong showings on the wayside here, and I'm excited to see what they can pull out today.
Okay, interesting choice. I'm not going to go with a big name here because I think if you look historically, any of the big names, honestly, they never show up at the right time. So I think that's going to continue to be the trend here for OCE. And I'm going to, not pick a name out of the hat. I've been doing some research, having a look at their lol chess. I was having a look at Banter before. He's actually been playing a lot of Karma. A legend who just has been buffed and buffed a couple of patches in a row now, and I think maybe people have been underestimating her a little. So Banter, I think, is my pick. That or anyone who picks Kale is my second because she's kind of strong right now from what I've seen.
Oh, absolutely. Turns out, giving Kale a massive buff on a competitive patch here may shake things up a little bit. I mean, Kale wasn't exactly the most viable of champions beforehand, but getting that extra attack speed, that extra health, that safety behind Kale, she used to be a glass cannon, but now definitely has got the chops behind the sword there to be able to make it so that it is a game winning unit there.
Mm. Yeah, well, I mean, look, sometimes it takes a while to find her with that 5 gold. It can just be a little bit of luck. But talking about some high cost units, why don't we have a look at the prize pool here and see who's going to be walking away with the kind of cash, perhaps, to pick up something expensive themselves. This is the prize pool here for the finals. So, of course, as you go through to tomorrow, everyone will be guaranteed some of that cash from 8, ranging at $400 all the way up to $1,400 for the person who comes first. Of course, on top of that $1,400, really it is that first spot that these guys are playing for, because first spot comes with the chance to prove your stuff on the world stage. And, there's more prize money up for grabs there. But more importantly than that, there's the notoriety, the fame. I mean, we've seen Raza, who won in set 4. I think he's probably had quite the resurgence in his Twitch following after that. So there's definitely some other nice little things that come with getting that first place and exposing yourself as such an elite player to that worldwide audience.
Well, you know what they say, Genome, is that money is temporary, but gaming is forever.
Mm,
And so
mm.
I couldn't put it better. It's always about that first place there. Yeah, sure, the money is nice, but it is really about just trying to go home, take that first place. And we're going to see a lot of interesting strategies revolve around that here. It's always interesting to see how these players approach playing in a tournament, whether they choose to play it safe or a little bit risky. But
Mm.
I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Okay, well, why don't we just have a little bit more of a, touch on the meta just a little bit more as we're waiting for these lobbies to get ready, and we'll get in there with that first game of 6 tonight. We've already had a little bit of a talk about Kale, who does seem to be that just extremely good late game sort of scaling composition. But is there anything that you think, counters it particularly well, or that might actually have a run to take those first spots away from the Kale players, Crams?
Yeah, I was talking to Frosty about this before cast, and he really rates Nocturne highly. Obviously, Nocturne got
Mm,
a bit of a hit in the B
yeah.
patch, but we think that Nocturne is an option and for these players, and maybe it's interesting to see which players play Nocturne and how that matchup goes up in Kale tonight. But what do you think, Frosty?
Well, it's going to be really interesting to see exactly how the lobby dynamics play out here. I think that the one thing that to note is that it's going to be very flexible tonight on what players want to go to, but
Mm,
it'll be a choice on your mid game carries. And if you do so having to find a Kale in there as well, then that's probably going to serve you really well. To pivot out of, say, you may be carrying a Lucian, but then you find a Kale, and you haven't hit Illusion 2 yet, so you decide to go into the Kale, and then you revolve your composition around that. That's how it's probably going to be looking like. But as to answers to Kale, well, that is something that we're just going to have to wait and see because the unit's looking awful strong right about now. So I, for one, am going to
mm.
be getting out the notepad and Peepo G'ing down some answers because, heck,
Yeah, look,
I got
she's
nothing.
yeah, so strong right now. Okay, guys, let's jump into that first game and see what these players are picking up. So first up here, we're with one of the fan favorites, as we mentioned, Escher. So I believe we're in lobby 1 here. And looking at the list of players we have with there, so many of our choices here. I mean, you've got, the number 1 seeded player, Jim Jam. You've got fan favorite Escher, Chunga, Angora, I believe was Krames' pick. Banter's in there as well. So this could be a telling game for us, lads.
Yeah, definitely. This lobby is so stacked. If you look at the MSI results, we got almost like 5 of the top 6 in this lobby. This lobby is going to be incredibly strong, and it'd be interesting to see how obviously the seeds will be reshuffled after this game. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this game goes and what that means for the rest of the tournament, Frosty.
Yeah, don't forget that 2 of the players in this lobby, in Angora and Escher, also represented OCE in the OC versus SEA matchup there. And in particular, Angora was looking incredibly strong there. And I had to say that in terms of results, Escher's group didn't exactly have the best results. Perhaps some may say we're weighing down the team a little bit, but even still,
Ooh.
I'd say it was a fairly close match overall. So these players, they've got a lot on the line here. Let's see exactly how they're going to take it down.
Double bow start there for Escher. Now having a look at Admiration, who's found at least a couple of knights. Also got a Nocturne there on the bench. Potentially, maybe depending on what he picks up here in the armory at 2-1. Do you think he might be the player? Because it always seems to be one, right? There's, you really don't like to contest. I feel if you're trying to look for that 3-star Nocturne, but it feels like there's very often at least one in the lobby.
Yeah, definitely. Admiration has shown that he likes playing the Nocturne. He's down to playing it. And like you said, we'll have to see what armor he gets. If he gets that Infinity Edge or something like a Last Whisper, there's definitely an option for him. Also, maybe determine if he's win streaking, lose streaking. Yeah, he's definitely going to hold on to that Nocturne for as long as possible and keep that option open.
Yeah, do you think the lose streak is that important if you're playing the Nocturne just to ensure that you're getting those items early when you need the Nocturne to be spiking?
Yeah, definitely. It gives you item priority. It gives you the economy. Maybe if it's really going, if you're losing a lot of HP, maybe even play for the stim package as well, the blessing. So yeah, lose streak Nocturne is definitely the way to play the comp in my view. If you're playing against someone, if it's contested, then you're gonna have more money generation and better items than them. So as we see, picks up 2 gloves. Is this a good spot for Nocturne, Frosty? What do you think? These items are looking a bit clunky at the moment. Obviously has that dual gauntlet potentially, but I don't know. Do you think he'll hold on to this Nocturne if it costs him money here?
It's an interesting position to find oneself in here, simply because in Admiration's position, it doesn't look like Admiration is going for the full on Lost Streak style of gameplay here. It looks like Admiration is more just trying to play a strong board. We've seen players like Jose with this Lost Streak style and Jose will play it extraordinarily riskily. Will take out units, will just take on a full-on loss streak. One unit starts just to be able to make economy so that you can have this big spike at level 7 to try to find as many Nocturnes as possible. And in Admiration's position here, by holding so many units on the bench, it doesn't look like Admiration is really going to be trying to follow that style of gameplay in there. So, even with the items, it's still a little bit questionable. You've got 2 gloves, but then you're not really building into a Last Whisper or an Infinity Edge straight away here. It looks a little bit questionable. I think Admiration is just going to go strongest board from here and just see how it plays out.
Yeah, you can see struggling against someone like Jim Jam, who potentially looking for the Kale, already slammed that Gwinsu's Rageblade being a very good item in stage 2.
Yeah, definitely. And really important to note here as well is that there are a lot of good item slams in the set right now, right? You've got things like Gwinsu's, who you might not have seen in the past, but is certainly a really good slam because a lot of carriers rely on that attack speed buff. And not only the regular AD carries that we're used to seeing, but also things like Vel'Koz can make use of it. Things like Heimerdinger, who's got this insanely large mana pool, but scales with attack speed really well. There are a lot of good item slams here, but Admiration hasn't found any of them. You know, things in the past like Locket could be a consideration. Heck, even a Thieves' Gloves. But gloves are so important right now. But on the other hand, I mean, Admiration has found a spatula.
And he likes it
while
too.
we were talking
Someone's
about
pretty
not
happy.
going for assassins, there's a chance now.
Exactly. You know, bountiful gloves hits the spatula straight away. That means he's got that, potential to peak up into 6 assassin, including usually these days. It seemed like in set 5 it was Lee Sin who you wanted to chuck the assassin spat on, but now you've got potentially the even more highly powered, and it's definitely a good one to start with as well, but you might see that transition over into the Fiddlesticks later.
Yeah, definitely. Lee's a great item holder. Also has a 3 skirms in as well. We find a way to get Nocturne in. He could level here, but I don't know, the loose streak might turn him off here. Sells the cannon. Okay, looking to make 20 most likely. Sell the Poppy. Yeah, like you said, he's in a great position to use Lee Sin and, maybe swap this Assassin Spat to Fiddlesticks later on.
Yeah, you can see, selling everything except the assassins. And obviously with the assassin spat slam, he has made very clear his intentions to everyone else in the lobby. Would you ever even, okay, so let's just think about everyone else in the lobby right now. If you'd seen Admiration immediately slam that assassin spat, would you ever consider also going Nocturne?
Well, I think if you do, you have to, accept the fact that he's in a much better position to play this comp. Like you said, he has a Sin Spat, he has the Nocturne already, and he's loose streaking. So his economy is going to be really strong coming up to stage 3, stage 4, when he's going to be looking for those Nocturnes. So it would be a huge turnoff for me looking at Admiration's board. I don't think I would want to force Nocturne if I was another player.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't lend itself. It's a huge mind game to find yourself in this position here where Admiration knows what he's going for at this point. Admiration has slammed this assassin spat, has pretty much stated to the entire lobby, I am willing to hold hands and go 6th, 7th, 8th with whoever wants to contest me right now. So, in that position there, you'd have to have a really good reason to think about trying to contest from this spot. You'd have to be having multiple Nocturnes, perfect items. I don't really see anyone who's in that position as we moved around the board earlier who even wants to even think about contesting something like that.
Yeah, it seems pretty unlikely at this point, and I think he's, with those intentions made clear, might have, at least secured himself a non-contested composition, which you really need. You really need if you want to hit that Nocturne 3 in time to do some damage. Now we're going to have a look at Arps, who is sitting up pretty there with 94. Unfortunately, as you can see up the top with the wins and losses, hasn't, got his streaks going just yet, but he has found a Nidalee with the Gwinsu on it already. So not a bad item holder to start off with as we look to move into stage 3 now.
Yeah, Frosty was talking about, the power of this Rageblade and also the flexibility of it. So having a Nidalee with 4 Dawn and a Rage Blade, he's looking really nice. But like you said, he hasn't quite been able to streak. I have to see, what he values coming into the early parts of stage 3 here. Will he level next turn and maybe roll a tiny bit, try and get this Nilly pair, try and get a stable board and use this? Oh, he actually sells the Nilly. Okay. Decision, I guess, wanting to play around this Misfortune pair, Frosty.
Yeah, not something that we're typically used to seeing all too much these
okay.
days, but perhaps it looks like the Misfortune is coming out to play once again. That's a really interesting choice by Arfs there. I don't know if I necessarily agree with it, but the Misfortune pair is just so strong. Nidalee is just such a good holder of Rage Blade in the early game, but it seems like Arfs disagrees and wants to start finding a direction in this Misfortune here.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, even with the slams, he is going to take the L there. Still on the loss streak, so that's okay, I suppose. But yeah, interesting that he's done that without the Forgotten front line. I mean, usually, I feel like if you're going in that hard that early, maybe you'd found like um, a Hecarim 2, perhaps a Thresh in there to support. But yeah, I mean, those items, of course, like I suppose, you can always transfer these over to a Heimerdinger or something like that later. Yeah, do you think it's more of a late game style, or do you think this could potentially go into reroll? I wouldn't have thought he really has the items to do something like that, and those kind of, level 6 comps do seem to have fallen off a little bit too.
Yeah, he's definitely keeping his options open. It's really hard to predict, where he's going to take this. Like you said, he's got options to reroll, but maybe he's just going to temper with it. Frosty did talk about Rage Blade being a flexible item on something like a Valkos or a Heimerdinger, so we'll have to see what he does. But if he keeps taking losses like this, then maybe he'll want to accelerate the power of his board and play more of a mid-game comp and play that reroll.
Yeah,
The only thing I worry about here is that if you do try to go into this MF here, you're going to be spending a good while just trying to find your units, and you do start to take quite a bit of a loss. I just feel like the power spike behind it just isn't there anymore, where you really do have to, as Genome said, have this amazing start to want to try to go into this build, hit the natural Hecarim too. Maybe, a few MFs come into the shop here, like we've already seen, but you just need that little bit more, and I feel like that 4 Dawnbringer start that you have there, which is super strong. The Nidalee is an excellent way to mitigate early damage here, but MF doesn't really have that same punch behind it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to seeing, his item choices. Maybe that will give us a bit more information. What item is he going to prioritize on this carousel? And, the Radiant item is also coming up, so some really important choices for Arfs coming up throughout the rest of this stage.
Yeah, well, he's bleeding a lot of health. I mean, he was second from the top at the start of stage 3 here, and he slipped down to second from the bottom now. So at least that's given him priority here on first pick. No spatulas available. We're having a look at Banter as well there. So he did end up getting. Oh, sorry, we're waiting for the last pick there, of course. That was a belt for Arfs. Okay.
Yeah, Arfs picks up a belt. Interesting choice. That all he has is an open rod, I think it is. So that would be.
I think he had an open belt on the Gragas as well.
Oh, true. So
maybe
maybe looking for that tank itemization as we go onto Banter's board. First time looking at it, looks like he has some of those Forgotten units you were talking about, Genome. Has that Hecarim, 4 Forgotten. That Veins looking pretty spicy as well. Picks up the rod. Looking forward to seeing, how he develops this win streak coming up to stage 4 and into the Radiant items.
Yeah, we haven't talked a lot about the Vayne reroll composition yet, but I don't think that's what we're seeing here from Banter. With only 3 Vaynes at 3-5, you're probably way too far behind that to even think about trying to finish that 3-star off. So obviously good items for a Vayne reroll composition, but what else does this translate into, Frosty?
This translates into something that I love to see from players. Banter has identified that his items allow for a really strong win streak with this Vayne here. These are essentially perfect Vayne items. But as you mentioned, not enough Vaynes to think about trying to go for something like the reroll. So it looks like Banter is just going to be trying to go for a really fast level 9 here, or a fast level 8 into a roll down to try to consolidate power, because those items and that board is really strong, and it's going to keep on win streaking for a good while here.
And as we see, we're coming into this Radiant item. What's he going to pick? He's hovering over a few, not sure, scouting, saying, you know, what do I need coming up to this final stage? Like Frosty said, he probably wants to keep this win streak going, but, you know, what item is he going to pick that's going to help him do that?
Personally, I love the Stone Plate pickup here. Stone Plate's a bit of an underrated one, but the amount of stats and the HP regeneration that you get off of it here, you've already got a perfect backline set of items there. You already know that your backline carry is set here. So get a really strong frontline item, get a Stone Plate there, make it so that your Vayne is allowed to just free hit for as long as possible. I think this is a great choice from Banter.
Yeah, I mean, a recent buff pushing the passive health regeneration of the Stone Plate up to 3% a second. So I think that makes it the only Radiant item that has that high a health regeneration stat on it. So very powerful in that sense. And as you say, you know, something to balance out the sort of front line and the back line there. So nice choice. We might go and have a look at Admiration now. As you guys will remember, he's been trying to get the assassins going. We're seeing quite the shift right now. We might see that assassin spat go onto the Mystic player there, the Gwen.
Yeah,
and at level
Gwen,
7 with this roll down,
like
you know, she's often quite a strong choice, I would think.
Yeah, definitely. But interesting to see how he develops his board. Obviously found the blessing as well. Not sure what that was, but potentially gold, potentially an item. We didn't get a chance to see that, but that's okay. But he is rolling down quite aggressively here. Really looking for that Nocturne. There is a Nocturne too, so he might start rolling now. Feels stable. Where's that Assassin spec going? Is it going to go on the Gwen like you mentioned, Genome, or is it a Fiddle item? What do you think, Frosty?
Looks like a Fiddle item to me. Fiddle sticks with Assassin is incredibly strong. Really interesting to note though is that Admiration would have maintained a full win streak here, full loss streak here, if he didn't lose to Arves. Usually when you're in the Assassins, you just want to take a full-on 10 loss streak until stage 4-1 and then take a massive roll down. But unfortunately, Admiration still manages to find someone who is weaker than him and doesn't get all the gold in the world, which is not a huge loss here, but still, you know, does impact the bottom line just a little bit.
Okay, the Revenant just keeping Nocturne alive for long enough there to start his climb back towards the top. As you said, he has hemorrhaged life so far in this first game, and he needs a big win streak. So a good start here for Admiration. He's gone for the Demon Slayer as his Radiant item there, and probably hoping for, you'd think maybe Infinity Edge there to finish this off. So what do you guys think about Demon Slayer as a Radiant item on top of a Nocturne?
I think with recent buffs, Demon Slayer actually became quite a solid overall item. It used to be something along the lines of 25% buffed up there, but now it's a 40% damage increase on your regular attacks, buffed up to 80. That is an overall really solid item. And you know, a lot of these Radiant items have to have a big pull to want to play some of them. You know, they got to be some sort of powerful, as we scout around and we see our first Kale board of today already. So I think Demon Slayer overall looking like a really solid choice for Admiration.
And speaking of Kale, look at that. 4-2 Kale, level 7. Question marks were going down on Jim Jam. This is going to be scary for the rest of the lobby. I feel like Admiration might have caught him at a good time. Maybe this Nocturne can deal with it for now, but that is a 3-item Kale. Look at it go, just tearing through Admiration's board. That has to be scary for the rest of the lobby, Frosty.
Oh, absolutely. And this is really unfortunate for Admiration because, as Gina was mentioning earlier, this is the time where you want to stop hemorrhaging health. Now's the time to be powerful, but Admiration feels the need to press the D key just to try to stay that little bit more powerful. And even with the Gwen buffs here, Admiration chooses to remove it simply because it's just not what Admiration needs. Admiration needs more Revenants on this board to try to enable the composition to work out here. Admiration's very far away from power spikes, and the only really big power spike that Admiration can hit is just better units.
Well, I mean, he's still got that third item to place on the Nocturne, right? And he's bottom now. He's going to get that first pick as he comes into the carousel. So that might help him a little bit. But yeah, as you said, he's hit 3 Revenant now, which gives the Revenant a little bit more life. I think it's like maybe 10 up to 25% when he gets rezzed, which still isn't a huge amount, to be honest. But the real problem is he's sitting on 4 Nocturnes. He's so far away from hitting that 3-star right now that on 25 health, this is looking like a very precarious situation.
Yeah, and it looks like, and this is the reason why you probably don't want to try to go into Assassins here, is that these players, they're very well aware, and especially Chunga, who was also playing in the OC versus C matchup there, specifically chose to hold back Nocturnes against the enemy team just to try to deny them from hitting Nocturne 3, and Chung is already doing that again, is holding onto the Nocturnes, so that Admiration, instead of hitting these massive power spikes, is just going to go for fast 8. And Chunga's got the economy to be able to hold these units here, so it's not a weight on his shoulders, it's just free.
Yeah, great awareness, like you said, from Chunga. He has 2 Nocturnes. That's gonna, that's gonna make Admiration feel really bad. Might start panic rolling, like you said. Interesting to see, how Admiration manages his economy coming up to neutrals. He's in a bit of a weird spot, particularly, like you said, he's so far away from that next power spike, and the fact that players are putting in measures to counter that, it's not looking good for Admiration at the moment.
He's still on his chair, so he hasn't started panic rolling on the floor just yet. But it is looking a little bit dire. It seems like you need a very good early game sometimes. Well, I mean, I guess you guys you've talked about how you think it's optimal to to loss streak for a long time. But down to 25 health, that's making things pretty dicey. Still winning out against some of these 5-cost units we see there on the side of Banter now with the 3 full items on top of the Nocturne. But yeah, I don't know that Admiration is going to get out of this even with a top 4, honestly. I think that would be a big ask in this situation. Maybe if he can hit the 6 Assassin spike, do you think that would be worth going for?
Yeah, he might consider going for tempo here. Escher's holding on to 2 Nocturnes as well. He has to make a big decision after neutrals. Does he go 8 and play tempo? Maybe getting it. He's not happy as well. Look at him. He's going to hold a grudge against Escher after this game. But yeah, he has to make a big decision. Does he roll? Does he go 8? Does he just play for tempo? Does he try and find better units? I'm really looking forward to seeing, what he does to try and, push himself into that top 4 situation.
I mean, talking about holding hands, it feels like the rest of the lobby's got a bit of a handshake deal here on holding out on these Nocturnes. I mean, that's what 2 different players who have decided to do that and absolutely just put paid to Admiration's chances of trying to find that Nocturne 3.
It just goes to show you in the power in spades that this Nocturne comp has when it achieves its Exodia state, right? And I mean, players have got good reason to be afraid of it because you've seen the damage that Nocturne does at 2-star here. Well, imagine an entire backline being melted down in a single spin. It's not a pretty sight. And when so many of these compositions are backline focused, we see the Kales, the Vel'Kozes. We're not really seeing too many Jaxes in this lobby. That means that Nocturne is going to do work.
Well, it's really interesting, isn't it? Because, I mean, it really is the only composition that works back to front at the moment. I mean, sure, you've got some AoE, some kind of random damaging things like, Karma, she might hit the back line. You've got your Vel'Koz and your Heimer, which are going to get there eventually. But it's the only one that can get in there with some sort of guarantee. Oh, okay, finally hits a couple. But with 10 gold left, it's looking very unlikely that he's going to get to 3. He does find 1 more. He could hope for that really that 1% on the Viego there. As you can see, he's at 5 Assassins, but no, it doesn't quite make it.
Yeah, so made the decision to roll down. Diana 2's quite a nice pickup, but like you said, he's still 2 Nocturnes off. It's a bit of a race. He needs to find that, and if he can find that Viego as well, maybe even on the carousel, that would go a long way to, helping him in this game.
Nocturne just sitting in the Venn diagram of Fiddlesticks ults happening here, and he's actually going to win out. So spiking for long enough at least that he's now moving up a little bit in the lobby, but you would feel, sort of stage 5 is where a Nocturne 2 starts to fall off a bit, Frosty?
Well, yes and no, because while everything in the composition does revolve around the Nocturne for the most part, the rest of your units aren't slouches either. Things like the Fiddlesticks with Assassin's Bat do a lot of damage. You look at the damage charts afterwards and you'll sometimes be surprised that a Fiddlesticks will have done 7,000 damage, even more than your Nocturne. So, yes, but as Kieran was mentioned earlier, hitting that Diana 2 is a big spike. Being able to get that extra CC, that extra threat on the side of Admiration here means that while it may have been looking extraordinarily dire, now it's only looking a little dire now. Still in a not a great spot, but it could be worse.
Well, Nocturne has used up both of his lives here, and Kale, the composition that Nocturne, in some ways you would think is meant to counter it, just can't chew through that front line fast enough. And the Kale, you're seeing a lot of people itemize her with Deathblade these days, and I think that's partly in response to the buff to Legionnaires, where, they're just constantly getting health back with that Omnivamp here. A last desperate attempt here from Admiration to try and find that final Nocturne. He's thinking about selling even his... he's going to do it for a couple more rolls, and he doesn't make it. As a result, just going to have to chuck a second Nocturne 2 in there and hope that he lives to fight one more round.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's coming up against another kill.
Here for the time being. This is the big one for Admiration, but it looks like that the backline is just not going to hold up. Even the Kale with this massive damage doesn't have any health regeneration on there, which means that these assassins will be able to stick around. And Banter, your pick for player of the tournament here, Gino, is going to be going out in 8th.
Yeah, look, don't stick
How
it
do
in
you
too
feel
much,
about
mate.
that, Gino? Give us the rundown here.
He's playing 1st or 8th, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of 1st to come, okay? That's,
Unfortunately, no Viego on this carousel. That would have been a huge spike. Obviously, a Nocturne would have been nice as well. Picks up the Frozen Heart, most likely going to go that Diana, the extra mana, the extra CC as well on the attack speed reduction. But yeah, like you said, he's one off this Nocturne. He needs to find it, and, maybe he can scrape through for a 5th. There's 3 players on single digits, so definitely in a spot where positioning is key, and he should still be fighting for those, top 4, top 5 spots.
Yeah, it could just be a little bit of luck here. Not only, does he find the right unit as he's rolling down here. He finds a Kale. Unfortunately, that's not much use to him right now. He finds the Nocturne 3, but he's going to have to sell one of his assassins. So yeah, surely he just sells, something low cost to Kha'Zix, or does he think about selling the Ivern and then maybe getting the Ivern back afterwards? He's got 5 units right now, guys.
5 units out of 7. I mean, he hit it. He hit it. But unfortunately...
Yeah, but serious question. Is that better? Is it better to have 5 units and a Nocturne 3 or 7 and the associated buffs and units that come with that?
The results speak for themselves here as Admiration just absolutely cleaves through the back line here. Gets around onto the front line here. The difference between a Nocturne 2 and a Nocturne 3, it speaks for itself here, but even still, Escher's board looking awful strong here with that Archon 2.
Oh,
even though itemized, it's just barely enough, and Admiration raises his hands in joy, accepting the fact that he got a 5th, which was essentially 3 places better than he thought that he was ever going to be able to get in this game.
Yeah, 3 players just getting knocked out. Wow, that's incredible.
Despite all those people holding the Nocturnes, he does eventually hit it. Unfortunately, being a level 5 player, kind of essentially, in stage 5 is a bit tough to take home the W there. But look, 5th place, as you said, not so bad. So now as we look at the top 4 players left in here, Escher, Angora, Jim Jam, and Chunga. I'm liking this board here. We've got the sort of the Fortnite composition here from Escher there. Jack's pretty stacked. If he can find another Garen, he's going to be looking really good. Radiant, Stoneplate, Warmogs, and Archangels on Garen is absolutely like balling items.
Absolutely, but it looks like Chunga is packing a number 1 Vel'Koz Royale over here with that 4 Spellweaver melting through the board of Escher, which is quite strange because typically these Jax boards will wreck any sort of Vel'Koz board, but Escher just doesn't really have all that much in the way of frontline at the moment. You notice a lot of these units are only 1 star. The critical units, the Archons, the Jaxes, 2-starred already, but still, you need to have some solid support behind them so that you can ramp up with these carries. Otherwise, you're going to see exactly what happened in the last fight. Your board's just going to melt.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if he's actually sold off, maybe an Aurelia or something like that. Ooh, picks up 2 Viegos here.
Ooh.
That definitely gives him some options. Oh, is that what? Yep, all right. We'll take that. Just going to go for the 2-star Viego. No worries about that one. And especially with a Quicksilver on the bench here, that's very good itemization for him. So, it takes out the Sentinel, but especially with a 2-star Viego, I think usually worth it.
I'd definitely be inclined to agree with you here. In fact, I'm nearly considering the possibility of selling off this Garen just to get the Warmogs and the Archangel staff here, just to put them on this Viego, because a Quicksilver really is Viego's best item, just being able to continuously go off without a care in the world. You just see that it absolutely wreaks havoc. Unfortunately, the Garen one I feel like doesn't really do it in Escher's comp for the time being here.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that?
I mean, it's good.
It's sure?
Really good.
I mean, he just got 6.5k and pretty much finished off that fight for him. So, what were we saying before? The results speak for themselves.
Okay, all right. I see how we're playing things today. I'll be sure to remember that for next time. Even still, though, we're down to our final 3 here. Angora going out in 4th there. Now we're seeing that Jim Jam, still rocking that Kale 1, is in prime position to be able to contest Escher for the 2nd and 3rd. Chunga finding himself up 20 more health points than Escher right about now. And I really feel like this is the battle to watch and seeing exactly where this Viego goes, but it's not going to be able to touch the Kale. That Kale's got a Trap Claw on it for the time being. The Archon's got a critical role to play in this fight. Can it kill off the Draven and Kale? But it looks like the Kale is going to go untouched, and you'll just see this board melt. Absolutely melt here.
Yeah, Jax has gone down. The Garen can't hold it together on level 1. And yeah, as you said, I mean, not getting onto that Kale at the start, very important sort of 50-50 there. And unfortunately, it's not only just trying to get the kill on the Kale, because Viego's not as great at that anymore. Since they've, they nerfed his damage by 50%, the way it ramps up every second. But it's, you got to remember, Kale gets a lot of her power from that Rage Blade, and if you can take her out, if you can just see her at the start of those fights, she's stacking up a lot slower, and it gives the rest of your team time to get in there, especially someone like Jax, who once he gets up to, maximum attack speed at 5, can sometimes even heal through those swords.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, Escher finds himself running straight in the opposite side of this Chunga board here, and you just see the power of Spell Crit Fiddlesticks with this Spellweaver here. Absolutely annihilated there. And looks like Jim Jam manages to beat the Ghost of Chunga, so we're down to an exciting top 2 here. Who's got the potential to take it down, do you think, Kyrus?
Wow, I saw Chunga's 6 Vel'Koz. I was like, but then Jim Jam is holding 2, so looking forward to seeing, it's going to be a position mind, it's like a mind game, right? If Vel'Koz can destroy that Kale. But, Chunga has 2 level 2 Vel'Koz, so we'll have to see, I think positioning is going to be key in these fights. Like you said, Chunga does have that 19 HP lead. I like Chunga's position.
I want you guys to quickly tell me about something, because having a look through some of the players' LoL chess histories, I did see Spellweaver coming into things a bit more, and that's, I think, a change that hasn't been talked about all that much recently, where they uncapped the amount of extra AP, I think it is, that you get from the Spellweaver trait. And now going up to 4, putting that on Fiddlesticks, how powerful is this?
Pretty darn powerful. I think overall the big change doesn't really affect things all too much. This was already a really strong composition that was going to be played, but I mean, it affects it even more now where you're just getting these constant big bursts of AP that your Vel'Koz that's already itemized to destroy a board in one go. Well, how's about you destroy it 2 times over now because it's just that strong?
Yeah, Chunga is absolutely tearing through Jim Jam in that last fight. You can see the Fist of Fairness. I mean, it was one of the best items in set 5, the Shadow Hodge. And now we're seeing that without the downsides in set 5.5 plus, some extra goodies on top of that. Just makes it an absolutely beast item when you get it onto that Vel'Koz. And, with the extra AP you're seeing there, I mean, smashing a lot of units in one shot there. Galio really the only one being able to get through it. But opposite, we've got the Kale trying to stack up. Does manage to get to the full amount there on the Titans. And the Rage Blade just keeps getting higher and higher as well. Melts the Vel'Koz. And this time it's Jim Jam who comes out on top.
Yeah, what a fight that was. Fortunately, Vel'Koz, that was just perfect position by Jim Jam. We're talking about that. Raven just ate the first Vel'Koz ult, and Kale's just free hitting the entire fight. Managed to pull it out. That's a huge win, and we're coming up to stage 7 now, where you start taking a huge amount of base damage, 15 base damage, so Jim Jam can still pull this out if he can position well.
Yeah, definitely. It has been absolutely wonderful positioning from Jim Jam here, being able to avoid the Vel'Koz laser. I just wonder, can Chunga close it out in 2 combats here? If you can't win in 2 combats, you're gonna die. So it's essentially Jim Jam has to win a 50-50 and then another 50-50 once again to be able to not lose out to Chunga in this Vel'Koz laser battle. But there is the Kale too. Not a massive spike, but I think that it has the potential to sometimes just be enough if the Vel'Koz laser isn't on point.
Yeah, it's almost more about the health for Kale, isn't it? And,
Yes.
Now that she's up to 800 base health, you got to remember that it's doubling when she gets 2-starred. So she's gone from 5 to 1,000 when 2-starred, to 800 to 1,600 when 2-starred. So she's a lot chunkier now. And as you can see there, Vel'Koz not managing to touch her with that first one may almost ensure she's going to get up to max stacks there with the Titans. Okay, can she survive it? The Legionnaires is just not going to give her enough healing to get through there, and Draven certainly won't do it. So Chunga, OCE's most eligible bachelor, taking out game number 1.
And what a showing from Chunga there as well. A quick understanding of just how powerful the Spellweaver spat is. Even managed to slam it down in stage 2. Was so confident, knew exactly which composition he was trying to go for there. Masterclass from the 20 bot himself.
Yeah, what a game. Chunga played well at MSI. He finished, I think it was top 3, and he's looking ominous again today. I think people should start being scared of Chunga because he played that game perfectly.
Okay, well, that was game 1 of day 1 of our regional finals here. We've got another 5 to go tonight before we learn who are going to be our top 8 and taking us into that final day of exciting games. We're going to take a short break now, guys, and we'll be back with you very shortly with game 2. Welcome back to the OCE regional finals for Reckoning here, guys. We've seen one game of play already. So why don't we have a look at the scores and you guys can catch up on what happened in the other lobby as well and see where everyone's ended up. As you can see there, it's Chunga and Chubby Bunny taking out the W's. And I think, honestly, if I got one prediction right, it's that we were super bad at picking out big names and telling you who's going to win, because both me and Frosty's picks, Gauges and Banter, came out in the bottom with a single point to their names.
Well, hold out for a second here, Juno, because don't forget, there are 6 games today. And when
Oh, yeah.
Gauges inevitably finishes higher than Banter, I'll remember what you said beforehand. I'm like an elephant, and I certainly do remember these sorts of things here as well. But on a different note here, let's turn around to see the players who did have a bit of success. Uncle Chubby Bunny managing to take out first with Chunga, Jim Jam and Timo's dad in second place there. Amazing and Escher in third. Angora and Sora the Cat in fourth. Admiration and a Peanut in fifth. Arfs and Oboe in sixth. And Nowfire and Dawnglade in seventh place there. Kirams, who is the most surprising what's the most surprising result here? I mean, there's so much going on. Why don't you just pick something out for us here?
Well, I'm a huge fan of Dawnglade. I thought he would make it to day 2 for sure, and he got 7th. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he tries and turn things around into game 2.
Yeah,
Fair
definitely.
enough.
Definitely. These lobbies, they can be fairly volatile. You got to remember that these players, they're 16 of the best that OC has to offer here. And, you know, it's not like it once was in the past where a lot of the servers have a bit of a gap between them. Now it's relatively close. So all 16 of these players could be considered quite high quality players, you know, perhaps some of the top tier that even the world has to offer. So when you see results like this, don't forget, Genome, it does take some time for greatness to show itself. So, as we're going into game number 2 here, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the meta, about what we saw there. Kirims, what do you think was the most surprising thing that we saw at a game number 1?
Well, I was surprised that Arfs picked up that misfortune. He ended up with that misfortune 3. Obviously, he went in 6, but we are talking about that Rage Blade in Italy, so I'm looking forward to seeing what other comps come out in this game.
Genome?
All right, guys. Well, let's get into it. Game 2 is ready to pump here. Let's have a look. Remember, these lobbies are getting shuffled after every single game today, so we're going to get different combinations of players going through. We're jumping on board with Peanut here. We're going to be joined again by Arfs, Banter, Admiration, and we're also going to get a look at some of the players we didn't get to see last time. Oboe, Dawnglade, and Gauges also joining us here in Game 2.
Yeah, definitely. Looking forward to seeing, this obviously a lot of these players in Lobby 2 didn't perform that well compared to Lobby 1, but looking forward to seeing, who can step up in Game 2 and really stamp themselves coming up to the last part of this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. It is going to be a little bit until we start seeing the players being put under some pressure here. But, I mean, starting off, having a bit of a rough start to a tournament can play on the mind a little bit here. So it really is up to these players to try to bounce back and try to capitalize while the going is early here, because you never want to be put into a position where your tournament life is decided by getting 2 firsts in a row, which, even as great as these players may be, you got to remember getting 2 firsts in a row is very statistically unlikely.
We see his shot. Look at this. Leona too has the 3 redeemed as well. To go for that, and the ribbon, so which will have that Legionnaire buff as well. So definitely a strong board that he could potentially look to win streak with. Have to see what items he gets, but like you said, Kale. I mean, I'm just thinking Kale from here. Like, if you can really win streak into level 8 with some of these redeem units, Kale with the bow is a great option already, and has 2 bows now. Only got the 2 items, so probably wants to see what he gets off this armory.
Yeah, I mean, 2 bows, like I mean, best in slot Kale, you probably only need 1, am I right?
Well, sometimes yes. It really depends. There's a lot of flexible itemization that can go on when it comes to a unit like Kale. We've seen units like Kale packing something like a Titan's Vow and a Ginsu's. So there's 2 bows right there. I think the core behind it is that you want some Ginsu's, you want a fast attack speed. you want to be able to have a lot of AD as well. So something like a Deathblade can be really nice in there too. And then the final piece of the puzzle is something like a Deathblade, not a Deathblade, a Bloodthirst or a Hand of Justice to be able to provide some sustain throughout that. I think that's the perfect tail that you're trying to look for there. So, I mean, a rapid fire cannon, it's all right. It does provide some utility for the Kale there, but she's already got enough range there for the most part. So I'd be looking towards something else rather than trying to immediately just slam a rapid fire cannon here.
Yeah, I definitely think there's some better options. Interestingly, didn't it seems to be prioritizing these Aurelias here. Wants that potentially for a Legionnaire buff or something else later. Starting to stack up those Knights, of course, because you want that front line to be a little hefty as you go towards the Kale, if that is indeed where he's going. We're going to Admiration now, who has so many pairs on his bench right now. Even got a Pike pair in the shop, but that's not what he's opting for. He's slammed the Sunfire, but hasn't leveled up. That's an interesting choice, right? Because Sunfire is like a win streak kind of slam, but to do that, you really probably need to be going up to level 4. What do you think about this, Crams?
Yeah, interesting point. Sunfire is probably one of my favorite items to slam when I want to win streak. We saw in the OC versus SCA playoffs, we saw Admiration be that win streak player. So I'm really surprised that he didn't level there. I guess realizing that he has a couple of these pairs, here's the Gragas pair, and now he levels. He's got So yeah, I'm really surprised that he's not leveling aggressively. But he must have something in mind because if you slam Sunfire this early, you should be playing for a win streak in my view.
Well, let us
He's
not
found a
forget.
reasonably strong board.
Let us not forget that even if you're not playing for a win streak, right? Sunfire is still a very strong early game item. So if you're potentially, just trying to mitigate your losses as much as possible, having a Sunfire on your board could just kill an extra unit in there as well. I think it's just all round a really nice, solid item because a lot of compositions rely on healing late game, and being able to cut down on that is certainly valuable.
Yeah, it can be a really big difference that makes. We're not seeing a lot of Morellos, I feel like. I feel like there was definitely a time where that was 100% the item you were going towards to provide that sort of, mass mitigation of any of any healing. But I feel like, yeah, that maybe the units that use that have sort of dropped off a bit. Even with like a Fiddlesticks, I feel like even in the last couple of games, we haven't seen as many people going towards something like that. So as you say, a Sunfire can be one option to do that.
I
Yeah,
think the
as we see,
problem when it comes to something like a Morello is that there aren't a lot of good holders for it, right? Whereas any unit can hold the Sunfire Cape. It takes some very specific units to get the most out of a Morello Nomicon. We see units like Volibear love Morello, but a lot of games you're not going to be guaranteed to see the Volibear in the first place. So, which late game units really hold a Morello well? Something like a Galio? Well, that's great if you can fit a Galio into your composition, but what if you can't? And so you find yourself in a bit of a catch-22 here, where you really would like to make use of the Morello, but ultimately you feel like the components just are better off used in other items.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. We've still got a couple of items here on Admiration. Not looking to slam anything else just yet. Happy to sit on the Sunfire after that extra loss there. You can see, it doesn't look like he's willing to level. Still going to take a win anyway against Obo.
Yeah, so we talked about, the Sunfire is a strong item and he didn't level, so he's going to find it really hard to streak, but he's still pretty rich, 30 gold, but he's not level 5 yet, but he's gone loss, win, so looking forward to seeing how he develops his board coming up to stage 3 here.
Yeah, I'm glad we get to watch Admiration do this because it feels like this is literally every single one of my ladder games right here. I just can't seem to get a win streak going half the time. So I'm glad that these players, they have the same phenomenon as me. So we move over to Banty here, who is just rocking a fairly weak board as well. You know, we had Admiration beforehand, who didn't level, and Banter has chosen not to level as well. But for this time, it's for a specific reason. Banter has got an extraordinarily good Vayne item, has got a fourth Vayne here as well, and is holding economy. I think, gentlemen, this is going to be our first Vayne reroll of today.
Yeah, sitting on 3 of the Forgotten units at the moment, hoping to push that up. But yeah, an early Misfortune helps him out there. Just probably wants the Hecarim. Well, I guess, yes, no, sorry, he's got 4 there, but he just hasn't put the Hecarim in yet. Now, just you can see him mousing over Obo here, who doesn't have any items on Vayne, but is holding some of those units that he might like to have himself. But as you say, he's going to stay on the lower levels for as long as possible, because those 1-cost unit probabilities go down very quickly once you get past level 5.
Yeah, doing a really strong scout, just doing a count how many Vaynes are gone. I think I counted 5 on his scout, so that might turn him off, but definitely still enough Vaynes, and there you go, straight to level 5. I guess he's going to ditch the Vayne idea. And unfortunately, he does find another Vayne anyway. But it looks like he might try and get away from this Vayne reroll. But he does have 5, so he can still play it. Interesting to see how he manages his economy coming up to Carousel.
I think this is one of the cases here where Banter has identified the fact that you don't really want to take an unnecessary loss, and I mean, Banter's not going to be ending up rolling down at level 4 anyway. You know, is not going to go for that really hyper roll style that you see where some players will just immediately at the stage 3-1 with 50 gold, they'll just roll everything and see if they can hit their 3-star. It looks like Banter is going to take things just that little bit slower and try to consolidate their economy just to be able to play a more calculated style of Vayne reroll and take a better loss here as well.
Yeah, I think that makes a little bit more sense unless you've got, oh, okay, well, he's gone up to 6, and now you can see him starting to roll down. There's 7. Will he keep going? Yep, hits another Hecarim. The Forgotten unit starting to fall into place here. This is a strong position. He's just hit so many so quickly. I was about to say, you know, unless you have already just naturally, you know, a lot of Vaynes, or you have maybe at least 2 of the best in slot items, that's going to push you towards rolling a bit more on level 4. But he waits, you know, to hit one of those 2 factors that might get you into that mindset. And as a result, he's looking pretty close here to getting that level 3 Vayne.
Yeah, definitely has 7 now, so definitely in a great spot to play Vayne reroll. Looking forward to seeing this. I don't think we saw this in game 1, so something a bit different. Looking forward to seeing how this progresses and what items he prioritizes. Oh, that Vayne was so close to die. He lives. That's incredible. But yeah, as you say, he's just hit so many Vaynes. Looking forward to see. He might even hit it now. He's only 2 off. Gonna roll a bit more. Hits the MF pair. That MF2 would save a lot of HP, as Frosty mentioned, and there is a Sedge pair as well, just to see if he values that over the Poppy. Yeah, like you said, he's in a very strong position.
Is going to prioritize getting that Sejuani in over the Poppy there, just an overall better unit. It's a really interesting spot to find yourself playing Vayne reroll after the nerfs, right? I mean, let's be real here, Vayne reroll before the nerfs, perhaps a little bit oppressive. We were seeing, you know, the typical style of play where 3 players in the lobby are trying to go for it because it's just simply that strong. After taking, what is it, I believe it's nearly a 20 damage or a 15 damage nerf, you'll find yourself that it's not quite as strong, but it's still definitely a very solid option if you've got it available. I just wanted to touch on one more thing before I, you know, shut up really quickly here, but what's really interesting to note is that Banter is choosing to pick up additional 1 costs as well to try to enable a faster Vayne find more than he otherwise would, because the more 1 costs that you take out of the pool, the more likely you are to find the Vayne. So really, it goes to show you just how much Banter knows his stuff when coming to playing this composition.
Yeah, it's those little percentages, and I mean, if my maths are correct, it's probably the least, you know, effective when you're going for 1-cost units, because there are so many more 1-cost units in the pool than something like the 5-cost units, for instance. And therefore it doesn't do quite as well. But we're just waiting. Can he get that final one here? Looking to pick up some extra ranges perhaps as well. He's pushing. Really needs that one more. Is got the rod on the carousel, and that allows him to make the Gwinsus, which is massive. The Hecarim 2 is big. He's gone all the way down to 40 here just because he's so close to making that. And with a bit of the spike here, Hecarim 2, Misfortune 2 is looking extremely strong.
Yeah, decided to dig a little bit. Obviously, this will be one of his biggest power spikes in the game, so I don't mind the fact that he did drop to 40 gold, like you mentioned, and dig a little bit for this vein. As soon as he hits his vein 3, that will be his biggest power spike. So really hoping he can hit it this upcoming stage 4. As we come into the Radiant items, looking forward to seeing what he picks up here. Will he go for a front line? Will there be a good vein item? Really interested to see what he chooses here.
Yeah, I mean, like oftentimes, right, you've already made 2 items, so you're kind of hoping, your third best in slot item might be there. The stone plate is offered. Does he want to go frontline? It looks like he pretty much is going to have to. I don't think the aggressive items there are really what you want in vein reroll composition. What would you be leaning towards here, Frosty?
Well, much like my favorite pickup line, the Frozen Heart of Gold is perhaps one of the strongest Radiant items at the moment, getting a massive burst of mana, as well as a really crippling 50% attack speed slow, can prove extraordinarily detrimental for a lot of compositions because they just can't handle it. So I love this pickup here. Enables an instant cast off on this Hecarim, and it's just going to mean that your front line is going to stick around just that little bit longer.
Okay, well, he's gone for the Frozen Heart of Gold. That means he's still got a little bit of time to find that third vein item as well as that 9th vein here. So, I mean, where do you think it really starts to fall off? There we go, with the 3-star vein. So how far is this going to carry him in the game, Grams?
I love vein reroll. Vein reroll is one of my favorite comps in this set. I think it can take him deep into stage 6. Obviously, once people start getting those really strong front lines like a Volibear 2, that's when you can start having a little bit of trouble if you can get CC. But I think this vein is going to take him deep into stage 6 at least.
All right, well, we're now having a look at Admiration here. The
Kale. And he has a Nico as well. This could be a Kale too very quickly. He's actually going to roll a bit. I thought maybe just fast 8, but he is close to the Blessing as well. So if there is a Nico in this Blessing, and he finds Viego, oh my god, the 1% King Admiration is really looking to get ahead in this game.
Yeah, look, just straight to the casino, lads. 2 items there. Yeah, he's going to slam the Bloodthirster as well with the way, Chaos Ultimate works, just buffing up that AD, especially next to the Death Blade. The Bloodthirster is an amazing source of sustain here, and I think, considering he's got that at 4-1, I'm seeing a big streak in Admiration's future. What do you guys think?
I don't know what you're all talking about here. I don't see any casinos going on here. I see this as pure calculated skill. Admiration calculates the 1% out here that he's got, on a bit of a loss streak beforehand. Sees the line of just hitting the Kale here. Well played by Admiration. Top stuff.
Speaking of 1%, he'll be a little annoyed that he's at 41 and not at 40. He would love that Blessing. I'm not sure what it is. I don't think we saw it when Obu dropped below 40. But yeah, like you said, this 3-item Kale in stage 4, he's going to use this to go 8 and find that Kale too. He's in a great spot to win this lobby.
Yeah, and I love he's already got the Draven 2 as well with some sick items there. So it might be a very sort of backline heavy itemized composition, especially if you can find actually no, I think is it at 8? I think you still get you get that the 2 Legionnaire, 2 Forgotten as well when you've got your Thresh in there, and you can keep the 6 Knight. I'm trying to think if that works out, or you actually need a spatula to make that happen.
I would say that I have an idea, but unfortunately, I'm not a dirty kale abuser in this
No,
case. So
I wouldn't think that of you.
Now
There you go. He's going to get the stimmy.
Yeah, and we talked about how far is this Vayne going to go, and it did tear through that Kale, so that Vayne looking really good
Just.
defender. But here we go, 34 HP. There is going to be a blessing. I'm not sure what it is. Will this change the game? Gets some gold and a 4-cost unit that it will accelerate his level 8 for sure. Will he go level 8 now, or will he wait till after the carousel? Definitely needs to try and find this second Kale, slam that Nico, and use that to try and win this level.
I mean, it was a knight. I mean, it's a Galio, right? So that's not a bad find. It's also going to, help him get towards that sort of front line that he's looking for. Since pretty much every composition that has ever used Kale successfully at any point throughout set 5 has been some sort of stall composition where you've got a lot of tanky units to help the Kale out.
Unfortunately for Admiration here, runs into the assassin board of Gauges here and manages to crush it out there. Even with the weak backline available, Admiration still manages to get the turn onto the Nocturne and takes out the Revenant state fairly quickly. So what may have been a precarious position for Admiration suddenly looks like a really clean level 8 and may just be in a position to take down this lobby, as you mentioned, Kirims.
And it makes me a little bit sick every time when you see Kale finish off a fight like that with like 150 health left, and you just think of the buff, and you're like, why? Why did we have to go down this route?
Well, unfortunately, we're not here to answer that question today, but we are here to answer who is the better player of the bunch as we move over to a Peanuts board. His last pick in the lobby here, but does have a really strong 6 Sentinel board with that Lucian near perfect items there. Looking like perhaps going to be trying to look for a fast 9 into an Akshan potentially, Kirims?
Yeah, definitely. It's in a great spot. 94 HP, so he can just sit on this board if he wants. I don't think he would lose too much HP doing so. And like you said, he can just go into a fast 9 board. I think that would be his best option to win this lobby. I think if he starts rolling here, and he doesn't hit... Oh, he actually finds a Kale. That's going to annoy Admiration. Everyone's been... Oh, he's actually thinking about swapping it out. Okay, is he?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, the Kale addicts are here. Wow.
Wow, a nice little pivot there. Manages to, put in the 2 Legionnaire, 3 redeemed, which of course is going to start enabling that Kale. Doesn't put the Titans on there, which is an interesting choice. We did see some other people finding some purchase with Titans on Kale in the previous games, but as you can see with this Luminous Deathblade, wow, the stacks just starting to absolutely spiral out of control there.
Yeah, 10k damage from this Kale, so definitely a good option in the end. I was a bit skeptical, but got that redeemed in, has the Legionnaire as well. This Kale did a lot of damage, and he is going to keep rolling. Okay. So I guess we're not going to see that level 9. He just wants to spike, try and get his board, sorted, make it look neat, and, use that to win streak and try and win the lobby.
Yeah, something really interesting to note is that Peanut did not sell off those 2-star 1 costs in the Leona and the Aatrox here to enable the redeemed potential from Kale. So I got to give Peanut some kudos here for being able to see this line, because it's so hard to find those units later on.
But also, can we just talk about the godlike positioning there, moving Kale up towards the front line there, reading correctly that he was going to be coming up against the assassin player, and as a result, just keeping Kale alive with some of those sentinel shields and actually taking out Gauges.
Yeah, Kale with the fancy feet. What a great position that was. Managed to survive long enough to get the most amount of damage in that fight. What a great position that was. Great awareness. Even though he's 40 HP ahead of the next player, his attention to detail is really good.
Yeah, not taking that for granted. Amazing. So there we go, going up to 6 redeemed. As you said, potentially looking for this pivot earlier, evidenced by the fact that he didn't sell off any of those redeemed units that he was holding. And it's been a pretty swift transition and a very successful one ever since getting through there. Okay, the last couple of items suggests, they might not be Kale ones. He might have to slam that Titans in the end. Would you wait for something from Carousel, or would you just just put the third item straight on there, Frosty.
It's a really interesting position to find yourself in because, I mean, the Kale does have natural sustain with the Legionnaire buff in there as well, but even still, it is not all that much sustain, so you'd really prefer to have something a little bit extra in, like that Bloodthirster mentioned earlier. Even still, it looks like Peanut is probably just going to hold off here, but no, instead chooses to slam it down. I like the choice. I think I like the choice here. Just try to play as strong as you possibly can here. You're already probably going to win out the lobby if you hit the KL2 in the first place, so no real need to try to greet it out from this spot at least.
That Frozen Heart of Gold slowing Kale down there a little bit, but not anywhere near long enough as she, I think, possibly one-shots the last 2 units on Banter's board there. Oboe has gone out, dropped out very early in this game, and a nice Zeke's Herald in the 5-2 Armory is going to start the ramping of that Kale even faster here. So we'll go back across to Admiration here, who's just doing a little bit of scouting at the moment. He's got some choices in that armory. Does go the Rage Blade, and that's he's had this this Draven 2 for a very long time. Also makes the Galio 2 now, and as you can see, was definitely going further and further down that Knight route to try and just buff up the front line and buy time for those 3-item stacked units at the back.
Yeah, so we have 2 Kale players. Oh, here we go. Kale versus Kale. I have to see which item is better. Obviously, the Bloodthirster provides a lot of sustain. Both have Death Blade. The Rage Blade might mean this Kale ramps up a bit more, but we'll have to see who's a bit strong. But like you said, this Draven 2 has probably saved Admiration a lot of HP, won him a lot of fights. As you can see, this is actually a really close fight. Who's going to win? Kale versus Kale. Oh, unfortunately,
Ooh.
Admiration just gets popped at the end there. It's going to be a bit of a race to see who gets that KL too, but yeah, Admiration looking pretty strong, but there are still some stronger players running around.
Yeah, and I feel like it was the Luminous Deathblade there that really put the other Kale player on top, because it was just as they were ramping up towards the end, despite the Bloodthirster, just way too much damage for Admiration to heal through.
It's a really interesting thing to note. It depends on what you want to make yourself better against, right? If you want to make yourself better against non-Kale boards where you want sustain, against say a random Nocturne just coming into your backline, then having some more sustain is probably going to be better. If you want to win the Kale matchup, well, you can't out-tank a Kale's true DPS there, as we see Lucian running straight into the Kale's true DPS here in this fight, managing to find its way into the back line. Even still, it depends on what you want to itemize for, but a lot of the time you don't get a choice.
Yeah, Assassin Lucian, it's lit. Off's really just popping off with that one there. As you said, found his way into the back line very quickly there. Now, guys, my memory's terrible, so remind me, who was the player going Vayne 3?
I believe it was Banter.
Right, okay, so sitting on 11, oof. Are they going to make it through? Would be interested to find out where they end up after all, I think it was Kram saying they might might be able to last into stage 6, but okay, we're going to switch over to Banter now. Let's have a look at where he's evolved his board to. He has eventually found his way to level 8. He's running two Sejuani's right now. Finally going to get the 3rd item on that Hecarim. Yeah, 7 Hecarims. So unfortunately wasn't able to 3-star anything else. So, I mean, this is the kind of board, right, where if you're rolling that much, you really need to start hitting a couple of those 3 stars to really get it all the way through to a top 4 position.
Yeah, I'm against Admiration. Someone might die here. Admiration on 2 HP. Banter would have to lose by quite a bit. Is this Vayne going to be enough to get through this Kale? We did talk about, how far can this Vayne go, but Kale, is one of the strongest carries in the game. As you can see, this is going to be a big loss. Is this going to be enough? It is. Wow. Okay, so my prediction of Vayne making it to stage 6 was completely incorrect. Kale just wipes the floor. Yeah, what a big loss that was. Lost a lot of HP, and Admiration is in 5th place after looking skies here again, so he just cannot kill this guy.
Yeah, I really want to give kudos to Arf's positioning here. Puts the Lucian as a frontline unit. First of all, to not only protect it against the board of gauges here, but also to just give it better positioning and be able to target the backline just that little bit better. It's going to be down to Arfs to try to maintain this positioning here as well, to make sure that he doesn't run into the same side KO, because that could be potentially disastrous. But against the majority of the lobby, it's looking really solid, especially into Peanut here now.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to worry about your Lucian too much, right? It's got the 3 items on it. That means it's guaranteed that first Sentinel shield because the Galio only has 2.5. So, gives him a little bit of health. As well as that, he's got the Fist of Fairness as well as the Hand of Justice. That means he's probably got, he does have quite a lot of healing. Admiration, very happy once again there. Just to survive, I think that is basically.
Yeah.
That is a top
sitting
4
there
for
on 2 health.
Admiration, so he's very happy with that win. Top 4 for him. He got 5th last time. Improved that for 4th. Looking to get that 3rd. Looks like he used his Nico. I can't tell if that's a KL2 or not. I can't quite tell. But
No, it's a
That's a
KO
very
one
good
he's still
thing.
got there.
might have been a Garen. Nico potentially does have that Garen too. He had that for quite a while. So, yeah, looking good. May top 4. Can he, maybe pick off a few gauges here as well?
Yeah, it looks like Admiration chose to get the guaranteed Garen 2 here rather than trying to roll down for some more KO chances, simply because he's contested in the lobby right now, which means that, heck, you see that Pina was in such a better position to try to find those KOs, and in all likelihood, in Admiration's position at 2 health, I think he'd rather just take the guaranteed power spike rather than try to hold out for some hope.
Guaranteed, eh? Yep.
Yep.
See what you're putting down there,
Yeah.
Frosty. No, it makes sense. The Garen got 3 solid items on there. It's unfortunate, yeah. He had that first kill so early, and he had the Nikos right from the start. But can't find that big power spike there onto the KL2. I do like the Guardian Angel there on the Rel. She so often dies without casting, and it's really tilting because getting that shield can often be the difference between buying your Kale that time to survive or not. Unfortunately, 2 units left alive there against that last Teemo, and Admiration is just he's admiring his own gameplay right now as he's gotten up into the top 3 now.
And
Well, he's
this
gonna
is where it just
surrender.
becomes that little bit harder to maintain your position, because now you've got not only the one Kale raid boss, but you've got the second one here as well, which is trying to do the best impression. And I mean, in Ars's position, Ars is incredibly strong. With that Teemo 2 into your board, it's looking really, really questionable for Admiration, but it's still holding out hope nonetheless to see if perhaps, maybe he can squeak out 1 or 2 fights and maybe Arfs just dies. Who knows?
Oh, that was a bit annoying there. The Rel got thrown to the backline by Syndra, and as a result, her shield didn't come down on the frontline units. As you can see, that's resulted in Admiration being pushed out in 3rd. So a little bit unfortunate for him there. Okay, it's down to Arfs and Peanut. These guys were miles ahead of the rest of the lobby, though. I mean, Peanut sitting on 94 health for quite some time, and Arfs was also with several lives left in the bank. We're going to switch over to Peanut's point of view. He's very close getting that Kale 2. He's also gone up to level 9. Obviously, that's, not that hard to do when you've had a win streak for half the bloody game, but he's got the Garen there as well. Does he want to sub that in? Yes, he does. Interesting that he takes out the Syndra to do it, who's so often, as we just saw before, good at causing disruption in the enemy team. Does manage to get those buff items on just in time.
Yeah, but I love this tech choice here. 4 Knight into Lucian means that
Ooh.
every single shot is going to have a reduced 40 damage, but it looks like it doesn't matter here because Peanut's team just lacks the damage without having that singular unit that you rely so heavily on. and it's going to take another massive loss to us here, who is only 2 away from a Lucian 3, mind you.
Yeah, it's pretty spicy here. Does he need it? Will he have time to get there? They're kind of the two questions. And this Lucian, right? It's got a locket. It's got 2 trap claws next to it. Arfs is just throwing absolutely everything at making sure this Lucian has what it needs to do its job here. Pretty much every item there you can see is making sure that the Lucian is trying to come out on top. You can see he's changed the positioning. Now the Lucian's in the back line. Why has he done this, Krams?
Trying to snipe that KO. Obviously, like Frosty said, with the 4 Knights, it's going to make it harder for Lucian to get through to the KO. As you can see, KO's going to be hard to get to. He needs to find a way. The Lucian needs to find a way to dance around this strong front line that Peanut has constructed. There is a KO. So the KO finally goes down, but I can see why he did it. But yeah, his main priority is to kill the KO. And look at this huge win again. This Peanut is just taking infinite damage right now after being so far ahead in this game.
Yeah, just lines it up. Worked out perfectly. If Lucian stays in that spot, it will hit that backline. Kale, be very interesting to see if Peanut is going to, change up his positioning a little bit here and try and dodge around that. None of these players managing to find Kale 2, but almost a little worrying that Kale 1 is enough to get them this far in the game. But having a look at that board, there's still a fair bit else around there. Okay, so he's going to move it forward now. Will this be enough to dodge the Lucian, or has Arf's got it in the bag?
Well,
fortunately, his entire team just got volleybird. Wow, and then Timo just hit the entire team as well. I don't think this is going to go any better. I was thinking this might go to stage 7. This is going to be a lot of damage. Hale just got absolutely deleted, Frosty.
I think he's just dead. It looks like the team is just stuck around here from Arfs, and Arfs is going to turn it back around. Peanut, who was our win streak player, just not able to close it out against the stacked Lucian from Arfs. Well played to Arfs there from managing to find a way to navigate through that entire mid game, having a Lucian in the front line to be able to snipe off critical targets, and ultimately ends up taking the game.
Yeah, I loved his positioning as well, back, forward, depending on what he was going up against. He just knew exactly how to use that Lucian to just scythe through the enemy team and find the carry sooner or later. Grames, we only saw, 1-star Kales in that game, but somehow still, it secured them a pretty good finish for some of the players who are picking that up. What do you think about that?
That's good. Yeah, like Admiration, he got 3rd. He unfortunately found that first KO, I think it was 4-2. He had the Nico, he couldn't quite find it. Really unfortunate for him. And then, we saw another KO get 2nd place. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to find it. He even went level 9. He did everything he could to try and find that KO 2, but just got out a little unlucky and outpositioned a little bit towards the end there. A KO is a good comp, and I'm expecting to see more of it coming up.
Yep, it just seems to keep coming up at the top of these lobbies. Whoever can find their way to it, not even necessarily to a KL 2. The KL 1 will do the trick. Let's see if that is the trend that continues. This has been game 2, guys. We've got 6 for you tonight to determine those final 8 players. We'll go to a quick break now, and then it won't be very long. We'll be back to see game 3 with some fresh faces. welcome back, guys. We've had 2 games tonight here in the OCE TFT Regional Finals, brought to you by Order and Riots. Why don't we have a look at the scores here? We've got them tabulated and ready to go here to show you just how close it is so far. The top of the lobby here, it's going to be Chunga up at 15. And right down the bottom is Ubo, Banter, Dawnglade. In the middle there, we've got, a couple of familiar faces. Lots of people in chat probably happy that Timo's dad is currently sitting in that top 8 with 10 points to his names. What else is sticking out there to you fellas?
Well, I think you mentioned it before, but Banter being down in the last spot there, just remind me who was the caster who picked Banter again?
My memory is terrible, mate. You'll have to tell me.
Yeah, no, I can't remember for the life of me. But in all seriousness here, a lot of these players, while they may be down right about now, there are still 4 more games left to go, and you can get a surprising amount of points. The difference between the majority of this lobby is merely just a few points. So, in reality, if some of your favorite players in chat right now are looking like they're in a bit of a rough spot, don't count them out quite yet, because there is massive comeback potential here in the next few games.
Yeah, absolutely. Still 4 games to go. Plenty of time for these guys to come back and do that kind of damage. Um, yeah, I mean it's a big show from some of these guys so far. Chunga, not only handsome but also very intelligent, and really just playing playing very well, pretty damn well today. As we said before, these lobbies are gonna keep shifting, keep evolving. So we'll have a fresh lot of faces. And I'm excited to see who we're going to see in this next one as well. Yeah, I guess just to reiterate for anyone who's just tuning in, of course, this is day 1 of the 2 days we're going to have here in this regional final. Everyone who makes it to tomorrow is going to walk away with a little bit of cash, and then the number 1 player will be our proud representative. We can hold them up there as they go and fight the world on our behalf, as Obo and Raza have done in set 3 and 4, respectively.
Something about loving to live vicariously through other people here is our specialty as casters, as you can clearly see. But in all honesty, there is a lot of weight on these players here, especially when they do make it to the world stage, because coming from a region where there is only 1 slot that you get, it does naturally mean that the weight of the representation of your country is on your back. As we head into game number 3 right now, we're going to be sticking with lobby number 2. So we've got Escher, who does manage to find themselves in the cusp of the top 8 there, will be our first spectation here. Now, unfortunately, Kirims, it seems like Escher doesn't exactly have the best starting item. What do you think Escher would love to have seen there to pick up as the first item?
Well, it depends on what his strategy is. Obviously, your opening item typically dictates your strategy. So if you want to play more of an early aggressive game, you can pick something like a belt and get that Warmog, Sunfire, get an early frontline going. Tia, I have to agree. He has a blue buff, not my favorite item. Obviously, if he had something like a bow or a sword, perhaps, or a glove, he could make his Vayne pair work. But 2 tiers is certainly not my favorite start.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do? What do you do with that? Do you make a blue buff and put it on a Ziggs? I mean, kind of feels like it's the only early character who can really utilize that to get you anywhere. But he's actually going to go for the 3 veins, so he picks that up. He's potentially got a Hodge he can slam, which isn't the worst. Isn't going to be able to take the Olaf pair, unfortunately. Who's got a couple of brands as well. And I feel like since the Spellweaver change, we have actually seen, a composition using brand come to prominence. And that's, a bit of a reroll comp where you're getting, brand 3, Hecarim 3, Sejuani, a Thresh in there, and then you're eventually adding on some of those Ironclad units.
Well, Well, yeah, you want to talk about good early blue buff holders. Well, I mean, let's talk about Brandhay, and you hit the nail on the head there. There's that there have been some players that do prominently focus on trying to reroll Brand, but it's been a little bit of a newer flavor, right? Rather than trying to go for the cavalier style of gameplay that we used to see of past there, instead we tend to see a little bit more focus on the spell weavers instead. But Escher is going to forego all of that here and is instead going to choose to put in the MF for the time being. Kieran, what do you think of this decision here by Escher?
I think he'll be a little annoyed that he still doesn't have that vein, but yeah, really strong, has 2 Hackrams,
Ooh.
even pushes at the level. It'll be interesting to see if he does slam this Hodge. Hodge is a reasonable item on MF. Thinking about it, Armory is coming up. Will he do it? He's calculating whether he thinks he can win without it. He's just going to slam both items, push the level, try and get to this MF pair and Heckram pair as soon as possible. Looks like he wants to commit to this early.
Oh man, if this is a close fight, he's going to be really, really annoyed if he didn't slam it quite early enough. And with the Sejuani, oh, it doesn't get the knock up on the Varus here. So it does look like, I think the MF's rolled healing, if I'm not wrong. So bringing back in a little bit of it, but it won't be enough.
Oh, he
Looks
just
like
tried
it
to
rolled
burst.
damage there.
Oh,
Oh, Rod is a really nice. That's Shojin as well. Okay, Shojin or Archangel. Obviously, Shojin is definitely the higher priority, but yeah, really nice items on this MF. Definitely looking good. Just got to find a few more units. This board is quite expensive. Obviously, no one-cost units, so interesting to see how he manages his economy, how he pushes level 5, level 6 to try and get to these units. But yeah, he's in a great spot to try and make the most of these units.
Yeah, definitely. As we move over to Banter for the time being, Banter unfortunately finding himself at the bottom of the leaderboard here, but on the other hand, has an extraordinarily strong start here with the Gragas 2, with the Kha'Zix 2, Dawnbringer in as well. Chooses to hit that early level even after taking a 4-unit loss here. Runs into Escher as well, and I gotta say that unfortunate for Escher that you took the loss after the last fight, but it looks like the loss streak might be continuing here simply because, I mean, Banter's board just looks absolutely
Ooh.
insurmountable.
Yeah, some nice working together there. The Thresh calling in the MF to reduce some of that time she can be out there doing the damage, and then the Callista Spear to finish it off. Now just scouting around and having a look at some other interesting boards we see. It was a Zeke Slam on an Olaf, I think, that was doing pretty well. And yep. Anyway, that's we're seeing the 2-2 Armory. What do you think about this board, and where is it going? Obviously, the Sunfire is one of those kind of, like, oh, maybe I haven't decided yet kind of items. You just chuck it on any old front line and it'll do its job.
Yeah, we talked about how it can help a win streak. So as soon as he thought he was strong enough to win streak, he slammed that level last turn, like Frosty mentioned. But it looks like he's made his board weaker. No, maybe he's just playing some mind games, trying to play some mind games with the lost streak players. Okay. I like them. I was so confused for a moment there, but yeah, like you said, Sunfire is definitely an item that can help you win streak. So as soon as he felt strong enough, he slammed that level, and now he is looking for that win streak if possible.
Yeah, I don't think he was trying to play mind games with the other players. I think he's just trying to play mind games with the casters at this point, because even I was looking a little bit confused there. You typically don't want to remove your stronger units as you go in early through the game here, and Banter just playing around with us a little bit. Unfortunately, takes the loss, but hits that early level here, and it looks like it's going to be the classic win-loss, win-loss, win-loss from Banter.
One spatula available to the lobby. That will go to Sora the cat. Banter's going to have to see what's left here. Just having a look back at his board to try and decide that. He will take the glove. So that gives him a couple of options. What are we expecting from this?
I'm not sure. There's a few options.
Depends.
Yeah, so we'll just allow him to keep his options open. I can't see him slamming an item unless it's really obvious. But
there's A-bomb.
There's the A-bomb though, so maybe this will change his mind. He's okay. Maybe I can play some sort of A-bomb comp, play towards maybe like a Valkov's, Karma, Heimerdinger. So maybe he'll be a bit more inclined to slam an AP item here. But yeah, these items are extremely flexible, and I'm looking forward to seeing will he slam an item? Obviously, he's lost his win streak already, so he's not pressured to slam items, but looks like he's going to slam that dual gauntlet. So yeah, looking to play some sort of Spellweaver A-bomb from here.
Yeah, unfortunately, can't find a place to put that on the A-bomb units and therefore on his Abomination. And likewise, the 2-star Gragas a little bit too strong to take that Sunfire away from yet, even though that's such a fantastic item to see on your Abomination. Not like it really matters because we don't even see the A-bomb, make his way lurching out of the grave this round. Doesn't need it versus Obo.
I'm very intrigued seeing the A-bomb player maintain a strong enough board that you don't even need to see the A-bomb come out. Really interesting to note is that the unit that Banter picked up that glove on was a Riven. And I think there was the potential for perhaps Banter to try to go into some more Riven style gameplay there, as we see perhaps the two perfect units that complement each other. A Nidalee and a Riven in Banter's shop already, but I love what Banter's doing here, just trying to get a bit of a scout around, trying to position the Kalista to try to find the perfect backline targets here. Unfortunately, runs into Gages here, who doesn't exactly want to try to make use too much of the backline, rather trying to get in your face with those assassins once again.
Oh, well, the Chomp comes through. Doing some pretty good damage here, and I think the Abomination's going to be enough to finish it off for him. So at least does come out with the 2 wins to finish it off. He is going to take that the Nidalee and the Riven, as you said, just to give himself some options as we roll into stage 3. So Banter is looking for that sort of, late game big power spike here. And, we talked about earlier on about, saying he was this player who was picking Karma quite a bit. Do you think he sold the Riven now? I was just about to say, is there any option for him to go for that, considering he's got the dual Gauntlet Slam and some of those Dawnbringer units on the bench?
Definitely, for sure. Really Karma is something you can play, right? Frosty, like Karma with the A-bomb. I've seen it before. It's not as popular, but definitely, like Genome said, he had some of the Dawnbringer units. Definitely an option. Holding on to that Riven, so he could do it, but I don't think he'll do it at the cost of economy. Will he sell this Riven? Yes, he will, so 30 gold. So, yeah, definitely an option, but looks like he's steering more towards that Spellweaver style.
Yeah, I think it depends mostly on whether you find the tiers or not, right? So I think Banter is mostly going to be looking towards trying to pick up a tier off of Carousel, if that is the idea. I think being able to flex between Vel'Koz and the Karma here is a very important distinction to be able to make. I think overall, Vel'Koz is still just that little bit stronger. Instead of having to rely on multiple casts hitting a random target, you can just kind of set Vel'Koz in an area and say, okay, this area is going to die when my Vel'Koz casts. So I think overall Banter will still more than probably be looking towards, say, a Vel'Koz, into a Heimerdinger potentially. But as Gina mentioned, still definitely the potential to go Karma from here.
Well, his backline's under a lot of pressure right now. The Abomination coming out to try and do something, but not this super unit he once was after a lot of those nerfs. So he's going to take a couple of targets down, but unfortunately, the small win streak Banter had going is going to take a dive.
Yeah, for sure. Angora, the only one on a win streak, push level 6 at 3-1 to try and keep it. Obviously got like a 3 or 4 unit win there, so definitely Angora's in a really good spot. Someone will want to try and get that win streak broken. A lot of people pushing level 6 right now, including Banter. Will he roll a bit here, or is he happy with this board? I think this board is reasonable. I don't think he needs to roll for much, but yeah, most people hit level 6 now. They'll be looking to break Angora's economy, because the longer he wins streaks, the harder it's going to be to win this game.
That's it. But I mean, we have, funnily enough, found ourselves in positions where the big win streak player just hasn't been able to close out the game because they just haven't hit the units that they've needed to hit. We saw Peanut in a dominating position last game, just not being able to hit KL2 and just dying to the Lucian barrage in the end there. So we'll have to see whether Angora can close out the game here. But for the time being, we're going to move over to Escher's board, who I mean, we mentioned it before. The MF reroll had the potential to come back, and it looks like it's going to be having a big showing today. What do you think, Gino?
Well, I love that he's got the Cav spat there already happening, right? And I feel like Escher is also especially the kind of player who loves to do this, right? Like he'll find a couple of pieces there that suit that sort of composition, and then he'll just be like, "All right, I'm down to roll, guys." And you'll see him push into it, and especially with that the Shojin, I think, which is one of the most important items to have early on the Misfortune. That's definitely pushed him into that as well. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Cavspat is honestly, it's a big difference. I think that makes a big difference ever since the successive nerfs to Hecarim, where at one point he was just completely unkillable and dominant. You need something to make him a little bit tankier, to hold the front line, and I think the Cavspat and having that extra damage reduction is one of those things.
Yeah, it looks like it's doing work here for Escher as well, coming up against the board of Banter we were spectating just a little while ago. Interesting to note here is that we've got a lot of players who are already extraordinarily low in HP here. Our set 3 champion, Obo, finds herself down at 28 HP, and Sora the Cat
Oh my god.
already at 39 as well. This lobby is absolutely ruthless. 2 players already having hit the stimmy threshold at this point. It's looking fairly dire for them, but potentially Gauges might have someone contesting them in Assassins.
28 at 3-4, like that's like max unit losses like every single round.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble, but I think being in the middle of the pack here is a bit scary because Ngora's really strong. Ngora has a Jax and a Galio, and then you have 2 players, like Frosty said, already has the Blessing. Didn't quite catch what it was, but I think being in the middle here is really scary. You could definitely see this game getting away from them. Hopefully Escher can, really start to hit some of these units, maybe hit a few more MS, and really try and spike as quickly as he can, because the pace of this lobby is really starting to ramp up.
Okay, so Escher has arbitrarily decided that he is one of the 2 players that will just be holding Nocturnes to try and deny the Assassin players this lobby. There always seems to be a couple, right? And I think, did we see 2 Assassin players there down the bottom, committing the cardinal sin that we sort of talked about in game 1, whereby if you've got more than one player going Nocturne, it is not going to go well for you guys.
Yeah, and it's really important from this spot on to identify your position in accordance to the other Assassin players. So what you may see here is that a player like Gauges, who is already essentially committed to Assassins at this point, either has to end up pivoting out or has to play a less roll style, a less slow roll style focused game plan, instead focus on trying to get in the levels and try to get these additional units. I mean, we saw the power of a Nocturne 2, and sure, Nocturne 3 is a lot stronger, but you can still get the job done even with the Nocturne 2.
Okay, we're at 3-6 now. We've got the Radiant item decision coming up. If, depending on what we're looking to 3-star, how reroll Escher is looking to go here, the Roseform Vest, Dragon's Will, Frozen Heart of Gold, all very decent choices to put on your frontline unit. He's already got a Bramble Vest, so I think that's why he decides there to go for the Dragon's Will.
Extremely tanky, and he got an important win at 3-5. Angora went level 7, rolled to 20 gold, and Escher was able to break his economy, so that's going to help the pace of the lobby out a little bit, and Escher's in a really nice spot. Unfortunately, the MF gets absolutely deleted by this Nocturne. Really unfortunate, obviously. Like you said, there are a few Assassins running around. I have to see if this Bramble Dragonclaw is enough to hold the door a little bit here.
I mean, it's disgusting against the Assassins, right? I mean, Sora's managed to pick up the quickest silver, and it's something you just can't get anywhere else. Like, permanent, I think it lasts until overtime starts, right? But, that permanent sort of CC reduction or defense is just so damn useful. So it's an item that just sort of kept getting nerfed until players decided it was better to just go all out attack, or perhaps just have, some sort of healing item to get yourself back up into it rather than having the CC defense at all. But that Radiant item really does turn it around. So I like to see that on the Nocturne.
I want to talk about something that's so damn useful for Asher here. Hitting a shot with 2 MFs in there means that it's going to be so much quicker to hit that 3-star MF that you really want to see here. But coincidentally, there's nothing else. There's absolutely nothing else on Asher's bench. And, we talk about the MF comp you really want to hit. The 3-star Hecarim, the 3-star Sejuani, perhaps even a 3-star Thresh as well. That's none of that here. It's pretty much going to be all in on the MF for the time being here. So while that was an amazing shot for Asher, going in later on into the game, it might start to look a little bit questionable for him.
Hasn't given himself a lot of options there. Just to quickly, I had some questions in the chat about, sort of who we're looking at here. Just to let you guys know, there isn't a spectator mode yet in TFT. So we do have to just follow the players that are giving us their view of the stream. So in this lobby, we've got Banter and we've got Escher. So we're following them or whoever they look at should they find their way out of the lobbies.
Wow, we get to see the power of the Dragon's Claw there. Coming in clutch, the Sejuani managing to essentially pull every solo queue player's dream there of being able to 1v5 the rest of the team and clutches out a victory, which is honestly quite a big win for Escher. Just being able to stay nice and high in health is your primary goal with these reroll compositions, and Escher's in a prime position here. So every little win is just so big, and just being able to buy yourself enough time to be able to hit these critical units and continue that power spike that you've got going.
Krams, walk me through this. Escher was obviously and ahhing there over whether to put the rod, maybe even slamming Gwinsu's Rage Blade there on the Misfortune. What do you think that decision was about? Because I would have thought that's one of the items that really makes that fantastic, especially if he's looking to 3-star the MF.
Yeah, I think that will be his backup plan, but he's probably looking for something like an Archangel, some bit more damage. He's going to greed it a little bit, even though, like you said, he is sort of buying his time. He still has 70 health, 72 health, but he's probably just trying to see all of his items. He wants to try and cap his board as strong as possible, because like Frosty said, he is kind of all in on that MF. If he doesn't hit those Hecarim 3 and the Sedge 3, that MF needs to be as strong as possible. But like you said, Rage Blade is a good second option, but I think he's trying to greed for a better option. Possible.
Okay, and here's that situation we were talking about earlier. We've got the Karma coming out, and it could just be an item holder potentially for the Squid. What do you guys think? Is he probably going to go to that now, especially that he's got the Spellweaver spat? Would that just make sense to slot the Squid in there as that 4th Spellweaver?
I hate to say it for all the Karma Chameleons out there, but it looks like this is just going to be an item holder for the time being. I mean, it looks like Banter's board is just primarily set up to try to make use of that Spellweaver, and even though Karma casts quite a lot here, it doesn't appear to be a Spellweaver, so while it's doing good damage, probably going to see it ending up being replaced with a Vel'Koz when the time is right.
Oh, the A-bomb clutch there. Absolutely coming. I mean, come on. How can you get the Karma out of the team after that? After such an incredible performance there, just doing the best with what she has.
Karma trying to get noticed, doesn't want to get cut. As you see 3 spatulas on this carousel, that might spice the game up a little bit. Let's see what Escher goes for. We talked about that Archangels. Is he going to make a beeline for that tier? Looks like he's going to do that. So Archangels is definitely a good option. Definitely a better option than Rageblade in my view. So
really?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, it's going to stack up that AP throughout the fight. Obviously, the fights are going to be pretty long in this sort of comp, so I'm pretty happy with that. Interested to see where the bow goes. Also finds another Hecarim. So
you can see the realization on Escher's face. He wasn't thinking about it. He had a Thresh on the bench, and the Thresh he picks up. Luckily, he can replace it. Unfortunately, that means it's going to lose its Forgotten stacks, which is a little bit sad, and he's going to re-put the Cavalier emblem on there, but yeah, a little bit sad. to have that downgrade.
That's it. As we saw Escher just mousing over Sora, who has hit that Nocturne 3 with an Assassin Spat. Gages has identified that it looks like he will be the weaker player in the Assassin duel here for the time being, running into Escher. But, I mean, you see it still. Gage's board is still insanely strong, but the Sejuani is no slouch either, tanking up a Storm. But in the end, Escher is going to take third loss in a row, starting to pile up a bit of a loss streak. We saw Escher at, I believe it was 76 health at the start of this stage here, and is quickly dropping off.
Okay, oh, there's a Jax, doesn't even think about that. Sometimes a good recipient of a Cav spat. Just wants that MF3, and he's one away from it.
It's a massive power spike here, and you know, even though the frontline power spikes are definitely necessary, just hitting this MF3 will buy you so much more time here. Well, the steady bleeding out just so happens.
Oh, no.
This is not going to be a steady bleed out from here, though. As you see, the entire backline is completely eviscerated, annihilated. Anyone else got Soros.com open right now? How many ways can we say that Escher's backline is no more right now?
Yep, it's a dead backline. It's an X backline. It's been destroyed. So it's, yeah, look, getting a Nocturne 3 before stage 5, while someone else is trying to steal some of those Nocturnes from you, a little bit rough. Some good options here from this Tome of Traits that comes out for Escher. He's got the Fortune. Sorry, Fortune? I wish. Forgotten. He's got the Ironclad as well. Which way does he go? There's always the option to grab the Forgotten and then, go up to 6 Forgotten by introducing, maybe a Viego or something once you start leveling up. And it looks like that might be the direction he's considering going there. There we go.
Since the MF3, yeah, like you said, opens up his options. Could drop the Vein and run 4 Forgotten, or like you said, he could go up a level and try and get that 6 Forgotten going. But I think he does want to get this Rel in, so maybe he drops Vein. Just to see, he is 2 off this Hecarim as well. Finds another Sejuani, another Sejuani, so he's 1 off. Oh my god, he's spiking so hard right now. Can he keep hitting? He's rolling. There we go.
Whoa,
very nice.
yeah.
Very nice. So he has to make it. So he's also 1 off Sejuani, so definitely a big spike to hit the MF3, Sej 3. He is in a really nice spot. Just got to make a decision about this Vein and how to level.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the last time we saw the Vayne reroller, not being able to find those extra 3-star units to supplement their board. Escher here has done exactly that, and with 3 3-star units, potentially 4 on the way. This is the kind of composition I can see pushing him into a top finish this game.
Absolutely, and is in one of those prime positions to level now after hitting that Sejuani 3. More than likely going to be trying to either look for a 6 Forgotten here or that Rel that was mentioned beforehand. Both extraordinarily good options, and that's it. That's the 6 Forgotten right here. A jump up from an additional 40 attack power and AP into 70. Plus the extra 50% in there. Your units essentially get to deal double damage with that now. It's an insane power spike.
Oh, the Midas touch. I mean, everything going gold here on Escher's board. And despite, we've got a Vel'Koz up there with double Archangels, one of them the Radiant version, and still just cannot get anywhere near damaging this Sejuani, who's just so tanky. The amount of extra magic resist the Sejuani gets after ulting, as well as that Radiant Dragon's Claw, just making it impossible to burst through.
Yeah, looks like we've got our first person out from the lobby here now. Fire taking an unfortunate 8 from this point on. But Panther, who was the bottom of the lobby leading into this game here, finding himself with a half-decent board. But, I mean, the real big notable thing here is no Vel'Koz too.
Yeah, missing a few pairs. Did find a fiddle pair, which will help him out. It does have that redeem spat and a spell with a spat, but unfortunately, yeah, Nova Costume actually gets deleted by this Nocturne with that QSS, like you mentioned, not going to get CC'd at all. And this Nocturne is just free hitting and tearing apart Panda. Is he going to be in trouble? He's 6 HP. He's on 1 life now. He's going to be a bit worried coming up to this carousel.
Yeah, Banter struggling. See that 3-star Nocturne from... Wait, is that... Did both of them hit the 3-star Nocturne? Or was it just the Ghost? Yeah, it could be.
Looks like
now Fire's out.
Here, fella.
Yeah, it could be. Could be. Oh, a couple of nice spats coming up here. Draconic, interesting. Don't know if anyone's going to take that, but see some more golden eggs. We've already got one redeem spat to make that fit. Oh man, once you get a redeem spat on Fiddle, he just seems to absolutely pop off.
Yeah, and I honestly, looking at these boards here, all it just takes is just a slight shift in power here, you know, just from a Vel'Koz 1 to a Vel'Koz 2, and suddenly what looks like a literal 8th is suddenly only just a metaphorical 8, as you'll hear a lot of players say.
Okay, well, there's the Vel'Koz
the
2.
Hit.
Yeah.
Also has the Volley Bear as well. He might consider getting that extra Revenant, and he could drop one of the redeem units. Maybe something like a Syndra would be okay. Just to see if he values his Volley Bear at all. If he just... Oh, he tries to sell the Lux, actually. Dropping the 2 Mystic, dropping a Redeemed. I like it. Gets an extra bit of CC as well. This board is definitely a lot stronger, but can he try and get a win streak coming up to stage 6 here and clutch out a top 4?
Yeah, well, the amount of, having 3 spats on his board just gives him so many options, right? He's still got so many traits active, and you can see Vel'Koz doing a fair bit of damage. Unfortunately, the Threshold comes in just in time, and he's not going to get the second cast off. That is going to be curtains for Banter.
Yeah, running into a really unfortunate matchup there. Escher, who is on that absolutely massive tear, top of the lobby right about now, is just not the person you want to be seeing there. So, unfortunately for Banter, it looked like it was in a solid spot, but it seems like that bottom position on the leaderboard there is going to be his home for just a little while longer.
Well, now top of the lobby, our boy Escher here is up to level 7. Hasn't pushed towards 8 yet. That means it's going to be a little bit harder for him to find the Viego. He's just running the naked 1-star Draven currently. He's found a second Dragon's Claw there. It's not going to help him too much, though, against this very stacked Assassin's board. Misfortune barely getting a cast off. At level 3, she's got a fair bit of health, and you can see the healing coming through there. Try and help her a little bit, but it's actually enough, because by the time they get through with that, the Nocturne's barely got any health left. And trying to punch through a Bramble Vest is not his speciality.
And this just goes to show you the power of having these frontline units 3-starred against something like the Assassin comp. You can't save this MF. This MF is always dying against a board like Sora the Cats there. What you can do is make your frontline unkillable. And ultimately, in a stalemate here, it looks like Escher will win every single time. Because, that Sejuani is quite literally a brick wall. And Sora's units are just running into it time and time again.
Yeah, just banging their heads against it. We did see the extra assassin spat coming through there. I think it was for Sora. Krams, tell me, you've got a 6 assassin comp already. He gets another assassin spat. What are you taking out? What is a unit that you can tech in there? Obviously it's not a situation that you come across very often. But it feels like there could be a big power spike coming along here.
Yeah, definitely. Could drop that cast. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. He already had the Assassin Spat on the middle, I think. Here we go. It looks like he has the Assassin Spat on an Ashkin too with double Zeeks. That is a very interesting decision. Also has a Sentinel Spat as well. So this is a very scary Ashkin.
MF?
Gonna give that Armor Shred as well, which is going to help in this really tanky matchup. Unfortunately, gets hooked here. Can Ashkin play the game? Looks like it's a really good matchup. It's gonna be. Can he get through Sejuani though? That is a brick wall, like Frosty said. This is going to be hard. The Assassins versus Brick Wall. What's going to happen here, Frosty? Because this fight's going to go for a little while longer, I think. Oh my god, the Sejuani just does not want to die.
No.
9k damage, probably tanked triple that. The Sejuani just truly is a brick wall.
Sejuani is like that bully that you have in primary school that just grabs your arm and just says, "Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself." And honestly, it's putting on a bit of a masterclass in this lobby right now because look at the players remaining. Angora goes out in 5th. Sora the Cat in 4th there. There's only Dawnglade and Gages left. And as we saw, Gages struggles to deal with it. But Dawnglade also struggles to deal with the Sejuani because the Vel'Koz just cannot punch through this front line here. And the Hecarim has got a Dragon's Claw on it as well. So Ash is in a prime spot to take out this game.
Yep, adding in a 1-star Yasuo there, just because he thinks, hey, you know, it might be nice for the Draven to do a little something too. Give the guy something to write home about. Sitting very comfortably at the top of the lobby right now. It doesn't feel like anyone is going to be able to punch through this Sejuani. I mean, you know, the 6 Forgotten on top of that is going to be making... I mean, what's the... does that buff the magic resist even further?
I believe the magic resistance is flat, but the amount of damage that you get out of it is buffed up there. So, yeah, this Sejuani not only can't die, but it also hits like a truck as well. Quite literally. It is, in fact, just a truck in TFT right now.
And he talked about that accessory unit, Yasuo, providing a Legionnaire buff, but also providing a Nightbringer buff for the Sejuani, just to make it even more unkillable. Looking forward to seeing, you know, if the Sunfire can, you know, help get through this front line. The Sejuani, true, just... I haven't seen it die yet. Is it going to die this game?
Yeah, unlike the rest of the units who, you know, they come back at the start of every round and they're like, time to go again. Sejuani's like, no, I've got 1 life for the whole game. See if you can get through me. And currently, we've got 4 units there. Maybe
this is gonna die.
What about the 1v1? It doesn't. It actually. It doesn't go for the Teemo first, and as a result, is gonna lose due to the cruel trait. You don't see that activated very often.
Escher's face. Escher is not happy about it either. He's absolutely filthy, but hopefully he can stay cool and find a way to. It's also another Forgotten spat that will allow him to take out the Vayne and potentially put in a better unit, something like a Rel. We haven't found Rel yet, but I'm not sure if the Ironclad will help too much. But some nice units here. Has the Volley Bear as well. So how is he going to use this Forgotten spat?
Well, yeah, sure, Ironclad, but
there
he goes. He gets a Viego. We're going 8 Forgotten, boys and girls. All right, I wish he would mouse over it. I still haven't hit this in a game yet, so I can't even remember how much this buff is, but that is just nuts. 5 golden units here, as well as 8 Forgotten.
This is incredible.
This is just getting crazy.
Even Escher's dog is interested in this game. This is incredible.
Let me give you the rundown, everyone. 200 AD, 200 AP as well. These units will melt from Dawnglade here. Everything deals damage, and it's not just the skills, it's the auto attacks as well. There is nothing from Dawnblade's side that can deal with this here. You know, there was a chance before with the team, or, you know, the fight going right. I mean, what can Dawnblade do against this? It's just too powerful.
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting on 5 Mystic, but that's nothing. Nothing compared to the 8 Forgotten Power Spike. Both have got the, you know, the chromatic trait activated, but I can't see anyone else but Escher walking away at the end of this.
Yeah, this will probably be the last fight, you would think, right? I mean, I just cannot see this board losing. Nice Vel'Koz onto the MF though, but the healing is just too much. And where did his front line go? Dawnglade in all sorts of trouble. This board is just incredibly strong. What a cap board this is.
I mean, CC now with the Viego on top. There's just, there's absolutely no way the Dawnglade takes out that one. Congratulations to Escher. We're just going to quickly now bring you the final fight, it looks like, of the other lobby. It's going to be Teemo's dad fan favorite here versus Admiration. We've got another 4 Spellweaver comp. This one's starting to come out strong. We're seeing it more and more. Sadly, it doesn't look like he's going to make the Vel'Koz 3 there. It was 1 away, but, no one left in there. Did we just see? I think Teemo's dad must have taken a Teemo off screen as well.
Yeah, knowing that it's the last fight, he just bought a Teemo, get that extra 5 gold, and use that to try and get a few more rolls in. This will be the last fight. Who's going to win? Vel'Koz versus... It's a very strong Nocturne 3. Looking forward to seeing how this fight plays out.
Yeah, you can see the Nocturne going for the back line there, but he, just getting very, very set around that back line to try and protect the Vel'Koz, but that is not enough. The Rapid Light Cannon, a very strong Radiant item to chuck on your Nocturne 3. So there is the conclusion to those 2 fights. I mean, we talked about the brick wall Sejuani. Hecarim used to be the favored sort of front line there in that reroll comp, but people often now with that massive amount of armor and everything going up against the Sejuani, and it was just like, well, if that was a brick wall, everyone who came up against it walked away with a gash on their forehead.
Definitely. We saw Magical Christmas Clan come to fruition in that game, and what can I say? It was a masterclass showing from Escher, really showing the power of the MF comp there. What do you think, James?
That was an incredible game. 8 Forgotten. I haven't seen that in the tournament before. Looking forward to seeing what they pull out in the upcoming games.
All right, guys, we're just going to go to a quick break now, and we'll be back with Game 4 after the break.
All this in the name of love. All the sacrifices that were made. All the lives forever tainted. You have driven good men mad. And the madman good. No atrocity is beyond your reach.
She belongs to me.
So predictable. When? Now! No!
Love is not easily dissuaded. At long last.
Senna? No!
Show them no pity. Parasite.
Don't nobody here own a shirt? Well, I didn't mean you.
Viego, your black and broken heart has destroyed everything. You turned our season of love into an eternity of bitterness and madness. All this death, all this ruination. And for what? This obsession? I loved you until my final breath. Why wasn't that enough? Our tragedy should have died with me. Now, let me rest.
Hey guys, this is the OCE TFT regional finals here. We're on day one. I'm Gino. We've got Frosty and Kareem's with me here. And I mean, we just saw, a boar evolve into like a woolly mammoth over the course of that game. Like it was just so damn hard at skill by the end. It was a big unit. Is there anything else from that game that really surprised you guys?
Yeah, I'll say that quote was a bit of a reach there, my dear fellow.
Oh, come on.
That's as much as I'm gonna give you. No, but in all seriousness, it was just all around really well played. We didn't see Kale. We didn't see the
That's
Kale
true.
dominate it like we
Yeah.
did in game number two there. So I think that was my overall takeaway is that you have to hit Kale if you want to be able to play it, and you're not always gonna have that availability.
Yeah,
That's-
definitely. I just was fascinated with how Esh's board developed. You know, we were skeptical of 4-2, 4-3. You only had, I think it was, I only had the MF option as a 3-star. You didn't have any extra Hecarim's, any Norse, and then all of a sudden, he's got 4 3-stars, and then, Exodia, Sejuani. It's just like incredible how his board developed from stage 4 to stage 5. And yeah, 8th Forgotten. What a comp that was. And yeah, like Frosty said, we didn't see a KO, which is really
Yes.
interesting. Looking forward to seeing, how this game affects the scores coming.
There's so many things about that composition to talk about, but yeah, why don't we have a look at those scores now and see? Halfway through the night here, we've had 3 games, 3 to go, where the standings are at. So, 3 games in, Chunga. Actually, I think he's increased his lead by a point there, going up to 20 ahead of Chubby Bunny. Escher with that first place is now tied for second. We see a group up there on 18 and 17. They're looking in very good, position there to take it all the way to tomorrow. Meanwhile, some people have slipped down as well. Gauges and Gora not doing so well now, Frosty.
It looks like some of these players are starting to really struggle. And, while I said that there might have been a bit of time before, I think now is the time where, it's time to stop slow rolling. It's time to pick up the pace a little bit here and start getting those first and second places. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself out of contention there. I think all 3 of our predictions, unfortunately, we've managed to cast a curse them. Gauges, Angora, and Banter find themselves in the bottom 8 here, so fingers crossed that at least one of them makes it out at this point, hey?
Bit
Yeah.
of deja vu. I remember at MSI, I said Razor and Keen, and then the next day they were gone. So I'm hoping Angora, can grit his teeth and really do well in these upcoming 3 games.
Yep, still, exactly, as you say, 3 games to go. Plenty of room to maneuver here to maybe just squeak across the line like Escher did, getting here into the top 16. Because you got to remember, as soon as they make that top 8, guaranteed some money, guaranteed a shot at that first place and the all-important chance to represent OCE on the world stage. So we've had some interesting comps win out so far. We're seeing a lot of Spellweaver. I think that's the thing that I hadn't maybe seen myself as much in the games, but looking at some of these really high level match histories, we are seeing more of that come through. Players prioritizing that Spellweaver if they get the use of a spatula and trying to go for 4 and just ramp up with that Vel'Koz. Do you think that's got, the potential to start taking out bursts in these lobbies? Or, how does it match up against something like Kale, for instance?
I think the 4 Spellweaver is an extraordinarily powerful composition there. We've seen the power of Spellweaver Fiddlesticks coming into these fights where it just annihilates the front line there for the most part. I think it's a little bit volatile is the only problem. First of all, you're not guaranteed to hit a Spellweaver Spatula. But second of all, Fiddlesticks' targeting can be really particular. Sometimes Fiddlesticks will jump behind his target and, get a really big AoE. And other times Fiddlesticks will just stand there and look like an absolute goofball while, a Rel manages to ultimate and your entire frontline stays on, and it can just get a little bit wonky here and there. And since you typically won't have enough to not only itemize your Spellweaver Fiddlesticks, and your Vel'Koz as well, things can get a little bit shaky on whether you're able to actually melt the backline or not.
All right. Well, we're ready to get into game here. So why don't we take a look at game 4 and see which familiar faces are going to show up? Admiration. Chunga. I'm excited to see our current lobby leader. Obviously, had a string of good performances so far. He's had a first, a second, and a fourth. So let's see how he plays it out in game 4 here. Of course, we're just going to stick with whoever's visions we can get on top of. Thank you, to the players who are streaming this and allowing us to get on top and get some TFT esports going before we get that spec mode in, which I'm hopeful will come out next set. We live in hope.
One day.
Yeah,
One
that
day.
spectator mode would be great. Just be nice to see everyone's point of view. But yeah, the people streaming, we get to see their point of view, get to see their reactions. It's really nice to see. It'd be nice to see more of that. But yeah, as we see, Admiration doing very well in this tournament, cementing himself in that top 8 for now. Hopefully, he can really push a win here and cement himself into day 2, because I think Admiration's a very strong player, and he's just a really solid player. He's always he's a very consistent player. Looking forward to seeing what he goes for this game.
These items, though, from Admiration, this is like an assassin player starter kit over here. You've got the potential to just straight up build a Last Whisper right off the bat. One of the best possible items, not only in assassins, but you'll find on a lot of carries as well, like Jax. You've got the sword as well to help follow that up with an Infinity Edge. And if you don't want to go into assassins, you can get something like a Bloodthirster going in there as well. But I mean, this is just looking really solid. A Riven to go alongside this start as well. My, this is looking like a strong start for Admiration here.
Okay, doesn't want to go the Nightbringer route. Where is he thinking about it? He's got a couple of pairs that could start spiking pretty hard, but if he wants to win, he also needs to make the XP. So there we go. He's going to use that to bring Lee Sin into the fold and immediately put that Last Whisper, as you said. Great first item. A lot of damage dealt by the Riven. So this is going to be a strong start here. Admiration going up against Chubby Bunny.
Yeah, Chubby also looking very strong. Has the early Nidalee as well, but like you said, that Last Whisper might just wait a fight, and that leveling for that lead puts in the Nightbringer. He's just got a really nice board going here. Hopefully, he can take down that Nidalee. Nidalee is starting to dodge a bit, but yeah, 3-unit win, which is kind of big considering how strong Chubby looks.
That says a lot about Admiration's board, doesn't it? And there's definitely room to get even better there. We're also going to have a look at Amazing now, who I don't think we've had too much vision of tonight. Amazing slam first up on Led. And so we take the front line there for Amazing.
Yeah. Looking at this Kled though, this Kled is looking like it's pretty amazing. Get it? See what I did there?
I see what you did there. Yeah, that was clever, Frosty.
But
yeah,
unfortunately,
he likes
the items in the armory there, not the greatest for the Kled. You don't typically want to be slamming 2 healthy items, and since the Hand of Justice here can lead into more healing, doesn't really lend itself to being slammed here. So Amazing probably gonna end up holding out. What do you think, Kieran?
I'm interested to see, what is your prioritize. So if you slam Bloodthirster, Frosty, what would be your plan A for units? Obviously, he's played a bit of Lucian already. What kind of comp do you think he has as a plan A if everything went his way?
I think if everything goes his way from here, I think we could be seeing some Jax. We saw a lot of Jax in game number 1 there. I can't exactly remember who was playing it, but Jax managed to carry someone into a top 4. I think it may have been Admiration. Can't remember. But I think that Bloodthirster is an amazing Jax item. Lends itself very well into just enabling Jax to continuously steamroll through the team. And the composition that Amazing is building this Kled around right now also lends itself very well into going for Jax. You typically see a lot of the time when you're going for Jax, the 4 Knight build just alongside of it because it just works so well with Ironclads in there too. So honestly, wouldn't be surprised to see that become an option very soon.
I mean, it's his most important item, right? I mean, you have to get it if you've got the other two items on him and you find him early. Sometimes you'll find he doesn't even do that well, right? Because if he just gets picked on too quickly, he'll just go down as that melee front unit that has to be able to tank or heal somehow. So having that bloodthirster available as soon as you find the Jax, very important.
Also, just happens to lend itself to be a pretty darn decent unit in the early item in the early game here as well. As you can see, the Kled is just doing spades with it here, but unfortunately for Amazing, runs into the massive board full of brawlers there, and I mean the Nunu chumps are just going to do way too much. And what looked to be a strong board from Amazing is already taken 2 losses here.
I know he must be feeling a bit miffed about that, really, isn't he? I mean,
Yeah,
you would have thought that you'd look at that board and be like, yeah, sure, I can grab a win streak off this. Meanwhile, 2 losses already with a couple of 2-star units, item slams, synergy in there. But no, it's not really the cake he wanted to make there, coming out strong at 2-1. So I mean, what happens when you get in this situation? You've got a somewhat strong board. Um, oh my god, only getting stronger here. Just the 2-star for that. Has the option to punch up the Udyr. He's just gonna go straight to level 5 and chuck that in here. Doesn't have the skirmishes available yet, but he's got the last whisper slam. So this almost certainly says we're gonna be seeing some Jacks here.
Yeah, definitely a good option, but yeah, his board is quite expensive. Unfortunately, cannot make 10, but found that level 2 Hecarim to complement the level 2 lead, so he's got a few strong Cavaliers running around. It also has a 2-item lead as well, so looking forward to seeing if this can sustain him throughout the end of the stage and into stage 3.
fortunately, the Kled finds itself to fall off fairly quickly here, quite literally. Um, Simply because it is one of those melee frontliners, and I mean, when you run into melee frontliners here, it's gonna be really tough. There's just so much incidental
Ooh,
anti-healing, which just means that Amazing is gonna be finding it hard to get a win, even with his stacked up front line. The Olaf is just doing work, and that's another loss. And for someone who's committed so hard into getting these 2-star 2 cost units, not having any gold to speak of is absolutely devastating here for Amazing's chances moving on in this game.
yeah, that feels bad, man. And you saw Pina, he was committing hard to right there. He slammed that hand of justice mid-fight. It was different there. He didn't have the skirmish, and as the fight goes on, Peanuts ramping up while he is doing that flat amount of damage, and it wasn't enough to keep up. So it's down to 84 now. And with a couple of people below him, not even necessarily enough to pick coming into the next carousel.
Yeah. It's looking really unfortunate here for Amazing here for the time being. And this is perhaps the worst thing that can happen to you, right? You've at least got a semi
Or
decent lose
refresh.
streak going, and then you hit Escher, who also has a semi decent lose streak going, but is just weaker than you. So Amazing is going to end up poor, and is going to have a board that's going to end up falling off. It looks like, I mean, Kerams, do you think we're going to have to see a level 6 roll down here from Amazing?
Oh, it's hard. Like, if you roll at level 6 and it's going to be hard to flip this board. Like you said, Cled's going to fall off, but what are you going to find? Do you have to try and find like a Nidalee 2 or something crazy? That's a lot of money invested, so you might just have to lose streak into level 7 and play for that Jax. Like you mentioned, Jax was probably one of his best options with this board, with some of these units he's picking up. I think he just has to play for the level 7 spike. I think if he rolls at 6, he's going to find it hard to make any waves in this game.
I mean, health wise, Amazing is in a half decent spot. I mean, I think we may have overstated it a little bit, the direness of the situation here. That's sometimes how it goes with TFT is it's not just about the immediate impact of, these big Volibear ultimate spell cost lasers. Sometimes it is just a slow creeping death that you find yourself inevitably facing simply because you just get all of your options taken away. Maybe there's just none of your carry left over in the mid game there. You just have no other options, for your item holders. Sometimes you're just poor and you just find yourself in a middling position, just like Amazing is right now. But I mean, I don't think Amazing's at quite there yet, but it could start to get dire quite soon.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see if he takes your idea and potentially rolls next turn. As we talk about options, Chunga has two Nikos on that bench. That is very scary if he wants to play something like a Kale or even something scarier. I don't know, but two Nikos for Chunga. But yeah, he does go level 6, takes your idea. Will he get away from the Kled? Is he going to roll? What's his option here? Does have 4 knights now, so he is a bit tanky. I'm questioning his damage a bit, but that will save him a bit of HP. What do you think he should do here, Frost?
I think it's going to come down to what does Amazing hit first? Does Amazing hit Lucian first? Okay, we're going to see a Lucian. Does Amazing hit a Jax first? We're probably going to see a Jax in that position. What would Amazing like to hit the most? Probably the Jax, because it just fits so well into this 4-knight composition. But I don't think Amazing will be terribly picky, I think it's gonna end up being a Jax, but I think for the time being, you just play whatever you can hit.
Yeah, definitely want to be a flexible gamer at this point of the tournament. You don't want to tunnel, particularly because his economy is so low. He needs to just adapt to what he's hitting. So I'm looking forward to seeing, what item does he get off this carousel? We talked about his position in this carousel and how important that might be. He's currently in second pick. There's also a couple players almost at the blessing. Really looking forward to seeing his item choices both at the carousel and at 3-6 of the Radiant items.
Now, a question for you in this position here. So, Amazing has got 2 really good Jax items, right? And, I mean, your front line has got a redemption on it. What do you think Amazing is going to end up prioritizing here? Do you think it's going to necessarily be a frontline or a backline item that we may see him picking up? Because I think both have merit.
I think they do. If it was me, I have 2 good Jax items. I would value the front line here because a lot of unless I know I'm going to do a full pivot, if I'm doing like a half pivot with a Jax and I have these 4 knights, I think something like a Warmogs or something that really high value frontline Radiant item can really sustain him and buy him time to get back into the game, catch up in economy. But like you said, I think both are viable. If he sees a really nice third Jax item, I think he takes it. So interested to see what he values. Looks like he might win this fight. Is he going to win this fight? Looks like he has the damage, yet he's going to get it. So this might make him second pick. Looking forward to seeing how the rest of the fights go. So he will win this fight. So he will be second pick. What is he going to pick up here, Frosty, do you think? He has no open items. Looking at there is a Jax with a spatula that might sway him. Could be something like a Cavalier spat Jax. Is he going to get it? He is second pick. It is the highest cost spat there. Unfortunately, gets taken immediately. What else does he have planned? There is another spat. I don't think he's going to get it. Maybe looking for the bow. And maybe he is going to take my idea and look for a tank item on that at 3-6.
Yeah, I think the potential is that I think in Amazing Shoes, you're going to end up picking up a tank item here. You're probably going to start trying to build towards something like perhaps a rapid fire cannon on that Jax to make it a little bit less susceptible to something along the lines of a Rel, even something like a Nautilus even. I think there's, quite a few options that you get from having a bow, and I think it leads into some of the better offensive items over just straight up having a sword in this spot, so love the choice from Amazing here.
I mean, something like a Titans is often very good on Jack. It gives him so many more options. Scales is how fast he ramps up his speed. It scales how fast he starts healing himself with that bloodthirst, because you also get the attack damage. Titans honestly just kind of seems to do everything on Jack.
Also allows Jax to just stay alive longer, and being the melee carry that Jax is, that can be fairly important sometimes, simply because sometimes you just may end up having your Jax be targeted down immediately. But we're watching Admiration for the time being, and this is a fairly interesting spot that Admiration finds themselves in, simply because they don't have their carry quite yet, or, perhaps they do. Maybe Admiration may try to go into a bit of Riven reroll. What do you think is going to happen here, Gino?
Oh, yeah, look, I was, struggling a little bit there, so you might have to catch me up a little bit. Having a look at what he's going to go for here with the Radiant items, going to give a good amount of information. The fact that he's gone for the Zenith Edge there, does that make you think he's going to stick on Riven?
I think you've passed the test here. I think seeing the Riven to here, the two Nidalees and all, I think it is quite a clear Riven game from this point on. I think it's just the way that the board looks as well. You can see that Admiration is choosing to prioritize, having in two Nidalees as well. Playing what I would consider a fairly weak board overall, but that's just because those are the units that Admiration is going to end up keeping around in the long term here.
Yeah, he needs help ramp. Basically, he's looking for that jet play there to finish off the Riven.
I think last item here is either going to be a Death Blade or it's going to be some healing. So ideally something along the lines of, a Bloodthirst or such. What do you think, Karams? What do you think is going to be this final item?
I do like the Bloodthirster option. That sustain's really important on Riven. Looking forward to seeing what options he gets. Have to see what items he gets. I think he will be flexible. Also has that emblem as well. Looking at the blessing, it is, what is that, 2 components. Okay, so nothing incredibly crazy, but what do you think he's going to look for in this emblem? He hasn't used it yet. Is he going to play this Nocturne, actually?
No
He has
way.
There's no way he pivots. I mean, if there's an Assassin Spat in this emblem, do you pivot into the Assassin?
This would be the sneakiest of pivots, the twistiest of turns that we could possibly imagine seeing here. But you know what? I think Admiration is gonna roll down here and see what he hits. There's a lot going on here. That's a Fiddlesticks right there. And it looks like no Admiration is foregoing the Riven route and is actually going straight into an Assassin's game board. This is a twist that I certainly didn't see coming from a mile away here, James.
Top
What
10
is going
anime
on?
betrayals. He just betrays the Riven and goes straight into Nocturne. Has a really nice board, found the Fiddlesticks spot. Also has a Spatula, so he could get 2 Assassin Spats pretty quickly if he can find another glove, see what the armory looks like, and he's still holding on to that emblem. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this board develops over the stage.
I think why we're seeing this emblem being held onto right now is because the lack of a Revenant board here means that you're less likely to hit those big Revenant chances. After all, the big old Tome of Traits does rely on what you see on the board there, so if you've got more assassins, it's more likely to give you an assassin spat as such, but even still, it looks like Admiration's board is just not quite there yet, so I can envision us seeing a little bit more of a roll down. We see it being popped right here, and this is not an assassin spat, Krames. This is not what Admiration wants to see here at all.
Yeah, you could see him curse under his breath there. He's not happy with that. Will that change his mind? He really wanted, like you said, that Revenant Spat or even an Assassin Spat. And he didn't find the glove either. Has really nice Nocturne, though. This Nocturne should be able to sustain him, you would think. But, yeah, that Nightbringer is certainly not what he needed. It's not going to really help him win this lobby. He's going to roll a bit. I'm not sure if Panics maybe decides to get in the Mystic. Already had the Pike as well, so... Looking forward to seeing his carousel, because if he doesn't get this Assassin Spat, he might turn off, but I don't. I think he might be too deep. 47 health. Obviously, there is 2 components coming with the blessing, so maybe he can get a little lucky there. But I think he's a bit too deep to pivot again. I'm looking forward to seeing if he can top 4 with this board.
I think it would be a bit of a hard ask at this point to try to pivot out from this spot. We already saw Admiration do the deed, selling off what looked to be quite a half-decent Riven board to just straight up enable an Assassin's board here. Trying to take a pivot like that again is going to cost way too much health. on the side of admiration. But I mean, potentially a lot of gold here, but it looks like it's just components. Funnily enough, this is not what admiration wants to see here at all. There's no glove. There is a Ziggs, but I mean, in this spot, I think admiration would have preferred to hit gold.
Yeah, gold would have just opened up more options for him. But yeah, he did get components. He does find the Ziggs, but yeah, like you said, he just does not have that glove. Really unfortunate. It would open up a lot more options, particularly like we mentioned earlier on. I think it was game 1. Assassin Fiddlesticks is a level 2 Fiddlesticks with Revenant would just be a huge spike in his damage. Hopefully, this Nocturne can sustain him until this carousel, allow him to find that assassin spot.
Pike doing massive work here as admiration cues into Uncle Chubby, not being able to take down this Nocturne here. Chubby's going to take a little bit of a loss, and I mean, you'd think that this ironclad board with a 4-9 and with this huge damage mitigation would be strong into the Nocturne, but I mean, as you see almost every single game, a Last Whisper is pretty much a core component on Nocturne at this point, so even that massive armor game that they've got there is just not enough. As admiration eyes not only one but 2 gloves here, seeing the assassin spat come through is almost a guarantee, and that is that right there. That's going to be an assassin spat. A little bit of shame that there's no second assassin spat from the Tome of Traits to back it up, but I don't think admiration will be too unhappy about the situation he finds himself in quite yet.
Yes, we already see, I think it was Chunga or Escher holding on to 2 Nocturnes, so already making their plays to make sure, admiration cannot hit that. But he finds the Ivan, really nice pickup, an extra Revenant in as well. Does have that 5th Assassin, so maybe he had to drop 1 to get in a better unit. Puts in the Lux over the Lulu, I don't mind that. Just distributing his items here. Has the option of making 6 Pikes. Would you go for this Pike 3? Is that a viable option, or do you think he just needs to save his money and really try and make a big play after the Neutrals?
It's such a dangerous move, right? Because it's such a big gold investment for you, and especially when you're on such little gold at this point, there is no stimmy to back you up from this point as admiration cues into Escher and is starting to really feel the wrath of Escher's 2-star jacks. It's a tough ask. It doesn't cost you anything now, but there is the potential that later on in the game here, that if that 1 gold just might be something, that admiration just maybe 1 off of a 3-star Nocturne there, and that would spell disaster.
Yeah, as we see the other side of that fight, looks like the 3-item gain is enough just to fend off that Nocturne. Escher on a win streak, 28 health, looks a bit dire, but 4 wins in a row. He's got 50 gold coming up to neutrals. I'm really looking forward to seeing how he manages his money, but already has that Jax too. Talked about Jax earlier, but looks like Escher's taken the Jax and he's going to try and spike after neutrals and use that to top wall this game.
Escher looked to be in a fairly precarious spot earlier on in the game. Hadn't really hit any solid front line or anything like that, was lacking a carry, but instead is going to try to consolidate win here going in towards neutrals, slams level 8, puts in the Rel, gets in 3 Ironclad, and looks to be in a fairly dominant spot. The only thing standing him between a 5-win streak and neutrals right now is this Nidalee that just seems to just not be dying. It's just dodging all day, but the rest of the team here is gonna do it, is gonna be taking it down there, and Escher looked to be in a fairly precarious spot, but now has got, this extra 3 gold coming in over the next 2 rounds here. May, in fact, have a little bit of time to just sit back.
Yeah, he's going to have, about 20 gold next turn. He has pretty much all the units he really needs. Not sure what other units do you think he would add to this comp. Yeah, probably looking for that Galio pair. Obviously has that Garen as well, but I'm hoping 20 gold will be enough. Also has a Spatcher. Looking forward to seeing, how he uses that. It could give him maybe Redeem Spat, but there is also a Cavalier option. I just saw that vest on the Galio. That isn't bad either. Gets a little bit of money. Can he make gold here at 5? He's a little bit off. Oh, makes a bit more money. Not going to make 20 though. Wants to hold on to that Nidalee. No items, unfortunately. Picks up a Jackson. Here comes the roll down, Frosty.
That's it. But I think from Escher's spot from this point on, there is no going level 9, right? Oh, and a Kale being picked up here.
Oh, is that a bait? He has
This
a
is where it
redeem
becomes
spat.
interesting.
Redeem
Do you
spat
play
by
it?
tempting,
It
but
looks
no,
like
he
no.
sells it. Wow. Did not get baited. Down the Gwen. He's just going to position a bit more, but yeah, didn't get a lot off that roll down. Down the Galio pair, though, that would be a huge buff. Puts down the Cavalier spat on that Galio. Bit tankier. Unfortunately, Jax takes the long way around, but at least he's not getting focused down by the solution. And yeah, like you said, that 3 Ironclad is definitely going to help in this matchup. Last Whisper is there, but Lucian gets dropped right there. Unfortunately, gets pulled in the middle by that Thresh. And Ashken is trying to dance around a bit, but I don't think it's going to be enough here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Escher had a little bit of a mispositioning there in the end, but this matchup is just so tough for the Sentinels player here. It, as you can see, most of the damage is negligible, even with that armor shred there. Akshan just refusing to die. Oh, well, just refusing to do anything of any sort, in all honesty, there. But it's just an unfortunate matchup there for Teemo's dad, but very fortunate for Escher after that little bit of a positioning error, because every little bit of a second that you can get Jax attacking matters a lot.
Yes, we see a full item armory. What's he going to take? He decides to take the Hodge. Let's see where that
Viego.
goes potentially. Finds a Viego. That's a really nice pickup. Can he find a way to weave that in? Obviously, there's a skirmisher. Maybe dropping something like an Irelia, which would reduce his front line, but Viego, gives backline access, which can be hard. If Jax gets stuck on a front line, having that security of a Viego to, CC the backline is definitely a big pickup for him.
Yeah, absolutely here. And it's one of those that's one of those really big points behind this composition here, is that it is just front to back, right? Is that you can't really do much about it. But we're going to take a quick swap over to our other streamer here, and we find that the Viego is going towards that Kale there, but the Kale is starting to turn onto the Viego now, and as we see, this Kale has got big items on it here. Got that Bloodthirster, got that Ginsu's, and the Hurricane as well, and I believe that the true damage stacks on those Hurricane bolts as well, so that's just a lot of damage coming through. This is raining swords. Hallelujah here. It's amazing. Is just refusing to die. Teemo's dad goes out in 8th, but amazing. Holds on for just that little bit longer.
Yeah, well positioned. We talked about, how good Viego is. Amazing has a Viego too with a Banshee Claw next to it. So this Viego is going to buy a lot of time for this Kale. Obviously, he doesn't have a lot of money, but with one life, I think he has the tools. He's just got to position well. Obviously, positioned really well for that matchup. Got to try and dodge some of these knockdowns. There's also a Vel'Koz, scary looking bear there as well. Looking forward to seeing how he positions in this fight and how much impact this Viego can have.
Yeah, I think it's all coming down to, can you dodge that scary Vel'Koz here? Even with the Trap Claw on this Kale, Vel'Koz doesn't care about that. I think the Kale certainly does care about this Akshan, but this Kale again, these items that just make it so that it refuses to die, and the Akshan just doesn't find the Kale kill, and that's massive here. The longer that this Kale sticks around, means it gets into this devastating state. The Akshan gets CC'd, and Jim Jam takes another loss here, and Escher also isn't dead yet. Amazing clings on to deal life.
What an incredible fight that was. I thought for sure that Ashken was going to take down the Kale, but it just did not die, and that just allowed him to get a huge win. Gets first pick on his carousel, goes for the QSS. You mentioned earlier that QSS on Viego is really, really nice. That's where I'm expecting it to go. And this lobby is starting to get really close. Everyone's under 40. There's a few people. This fight for top 4 is going to get real spicy real quick.
As we scout around here, we see Admiration going. Our assassin player still has not found that Nocturne 3 quite yet. Amazing. Finding themselves in a position where you can't really be too picky about what you hit here. You just kind of have to go about your business. Still trying to roll down for that Galio. And it's a big spike hitting Galio to here as well. We see that 3-item Galio. A big part of Amazing's board. Just being able to hit that would be so big, but Unfortunately. Oh no,
Oh,
Amazing
no.
doesn't get the trap claw onto this Viego. You know, even
Little
with the
unfortunate.
QSS.
Oh no. Fortunately, it does have a QSS, but that would definitely help this fight out. Hopefully, it doesn't cost him on one life. That could make the difference. But this Kale is free hitting on the left there. Jax is also free hitting. As we know, you know, the longer the fight goes, the harder it's going to be to beat this Kale. This Kale is starting to get real scary. I think Amazing might be okay here. Can he rip through this Jax? This Jax gets a CC'd a little bit there. And look at this damage, really starting to rain down, as Frosty would say. And that was actually a really nice win in the end. And fortunately, that misposition didn't cost him.
Yeah, Jim Jam finding themselves going out in 7th there. But, I mean, that's just the tale of what seems to be this meta at the moment. We've got Kale's to the left of me, Jax's to the right. Here I am stuck in the middle of you. But even still, it's a very interesting positioning battle that has to take place here every single round, right? Because if the Jax is on the same side as the Kale there, it's a completely different fight. We see that if the Jax manages to make it onto the backline, that Kale is gone. And Peanut misses with the double shroud there as well. The hook doesn't manage to get anything going here, but the Jax has managed to find his way into the backline here. Another critical thresh hook. This could be the end for Amazing here. Will the Kale manage to stick around in this fight just long enough to ascend? The Jax is finally onto the backline. Kale is gone. The Jax may have got it done, and a Peanut is probably going to end up taking it down. The Viego too is the last hope in this fight here. The Viego manages to find the way onto the Jax though, and the Viego is doing massive damage. The Bloodthirsty Shield pops. The Jax is still alive here. The Jax is 1v9ing the entire team. Big start from the Rill, but it's just not enough. Amazing may have just lost his way in this game. He's alive with 1 life.
Oh my god, that fight was absolutely insane. It went back and forth the entire fight. Once another QSS, but what an incredible fight that was. 1 HP in a dream is still alive. Unfortunately, that Jax just was too much. Just did not want to go down. But like you said, that thresh hook on the KO was incredible. It didn't quite go down. What an intense fight that was.
I think I've got sweats after that one there, you know, Amazing, you know, in this position in the lobby right about now, just being able to find yourself just that little bit more time to potentially hit this Galio too, because I think trying to find a Kale in this spot is looking a little bit unreasonable, and there it is. That's the big spike that Amazing is looking for here. Now it's all gonna come down to positioning here. Unfortunately, there's not going to be a QSS on to this Kale to protect it from the wild thresh hooks that may come through, but in all reality, I don't think that's going to end up mattering when most of the lobby can have direct access to your Kale half the time here.
Hazards absolutely everywhere. There's 2 Viegos running around. There's a Valkos. Unfortunately, he's on the wrong side. There's also a Nocturne 3, which Admiration just hit, but hopefully this Kale can try and dance around this Squid ult. Manages to miss the first one, didn't quite get CC'd by that bear. Gets CC'd by the second one, but the Fiddlesticks is in the face of that Kale. That's really unfortunate. This might be the end of Amazing this time. Can he try and clutch out a 5th? A-Peanut is down, so he needs to try and mitigate the loss here, but looks like he's in a bit of trouble, and this might be the end of Amazing.
Wow.
Looks like...
Sorry guys, I've been gone for a little bit, but I've come back in just to see Amazing get eliminated there, along with Peanut. So we've got a top 4 here. I was like, why does the rest of the game even matter, right? Like, I just want to see the good stuff at the end. Oh my god, was that like 4 people out in a single round?
A double KO from a draw. What just happened? Oh my god, that Garen just did not want to die at that Warmogs, and unfortunately, Escher goes out in 5th, and 3 people just die out of nowhere.
Okay, well, there we go. Top 2 sorted. Easy enough. It's Admiration and Chunga. And you got to remember, Chunga sitting up in 1st spot right now. So, if he gets another win here, that I'd say that could almost guarantee that he makes it through to the lobby tomorrow. I mean, it doesn't matter which spot you get through in, right? 1st or 8th, seeding's not really going to matter tomorrow as far as I know, unless there's some secret rule that Tycoons put in there for us. But here we go. Looks like the squid did a lot of damage before going down, and now the fiddlesticks just trying to get along. The revenants doing a lot of damage here, and now Chunga on 1 health.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll be
one
saying
life for
all
Chunga.
fiddlesticks to that one there, but it looks like the power of this Nocturne 3 is just absolutely insane. This is the reason why players hold Nocturne, is because it's so difficult to deal with, especially when you've got these compositions here. We see the double bear coming in from Admiration, so not only does this composition have the damage, it has a ton of CC as well. It's a multi-layered threat alongside the Nocturne. You've got the Fiddlesticks as well, the Diana, and it's all down to Chunga to see whether or not he can find the positioning to be able to deal with this squad of deadly assassins.
Well, there's AP everywhere. Rabadon's caps.
Oh,
There's
no.
so many of them on his side. But, wow, the level 3 Revenant there is going to be too much. And you can see Admiration is just over the moon about it.
Yeah, and you know, we talk a lot about the Nocturne there, but the Fiddlesticks ulting into the middle of the team there, dealing absolutely disgusting amounts of damage. We saw the entire backline completely melt, and that just goes to show you why Fiddlesticks is such a prioritized unit in a lot of these compositions here, because sure, it may look like a bit of an innocuous trait bot some days. You know, you have Abomination, you got the Mystic, you got the Revenant in there, but it can be really deadly, as we just saw. It just completely wipe everything out.
Yeah, well, look, you guys are going to have to catch me up a little bit. I missed quite a bit of that game, classic OCE internet. So, you know, tell me, what were some of the highlights?
Well, the biggest thing that stood out for me was, Rossi and I were talking about it. Admiration was in a great spot to play Riven, but he picked up a couple Nocturnes and bang, pivoted, and he ended up winning the lobby. And, he had that spatula for a long time. He had an emblem, didn't pick up the assassin spat, found the assassin spat on the carousel. And, that, like Frosty said, that assassin Fiddlesticks, 10k damage in that last fight, the highest damage dealer for him. What a game that was from Admiration.
Yeah, incredible. All right, guys, that was game 4. We're going to be back very soon with game 5 as we get ever closer to finding who is going to find themselves in that final day. We'll be coming for you the same time tomorrow, but for now, we'll just go to a quick break.
Corky, I've got this.
But Timo's AWOL. You need a recon. I'll help you find him.
I know where he is. The Bilgewater pages are missing from his scout journal.
Yeah,
Besides,
well.
weren't there enemy bogies spotted over Piltover?
Bogies. Bogies? Why didn't you say so?
I'll help you save Timo. Lieutenant Lulu, this, rock is the most important part of the mission. You've got this. Bye.
I always have to guard the rock. He can do a lot of things. I'll fix that.
Timo? Timo, sound off. Whoa, a double cannon. Oh.
Not a single bogey. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. She thinks I'm washed up. Well, not this, my boy.
This rock never does anything.
You're not gonna... What? No Tristana?
Nope.
Oh, mission's gone south. Want to go cause a ruckus?
I thought I struck gold when I got one yordle. Now look what we got.
You got. Don't care how much those yordles are worth on the bounty board. They're a ticking time bomb of trouble.
Quit your whining. That cage is runic iron.
Oh, Corky.
Prepare to face Randall City's most decorated lioness!
That makes 3. I'm rich.
What was your plan?
Oh, I'm just a distraction.
What?
As I said, tick, tick, tick.
Donald, I've been watching this rock all day, and it doesn't do anything. I'm starting to think that maybe... Don't touch your Donald! Rock!
Son of a...
Timo!
Is that all the mustard you got? Right,
Drop your weapon, you little...
What's a Bandle gunner without her support?
What I tell you, you don't mess with yordles.
Whew, thanks. I thought I was a goner. Not with friends like these furballs. What were you here for anyway?
Vandal Scout mission badge number 389. Adopt a pet. Cute, huh? It's a school devouring SeaWorld! Timo, wait!
Timo, wait!
Game 5 coming up. This is the OCE TFT Regional Finals presented by Order and Riot. I hope you guys have been enjoying the games tonight. We might have a quick look at the scores to see where we're at this point in the night. Chunga has continued from his win in Game 1 to stay on top of the leaderboard and definitely showing the others how it is done. Admiration and Chubby Bunny close behind him. Peanut, Escher, Arf, Stormglade all have made it above the 20 mark so far. And my boy Banter, honestly, should probably be, talking a little bit less and walking the walk a little bit more. Because unfortunately, he's sitting down there on 6 at the moment, and I think his chances at this point might be shot. Was it all my fault? Was it the cast curse? You guys tell me.
Yeah, I think at this point, I think Banter is well and truly out. I think the point threshold from this point onwards is looking to be somewhere around the 26 to 27 mark, if all goes according to plan here. So I think even maybe Ogo and Nowfire may be finding themselves out of contention, but for the rest of them, it's an entirely possible endeavor for, someone like Sora, Angora, Jim Jam, amazing gauges to come back into the swing of things, firing off, a first or a second, and suddenly they're in contention once more. So while it may look dire for some of the others, it's certainly a lot of potential in the hands. But I would like to shout out really quickly Chunga, who is having an incredible run this tournament. We've seen some really consistent tournament play from Chunga over the last few months here, which is, if you go back a year ago, it's really different to the way that he used to play.
Yeah, I mean, incredible change there from Chunga, and it seems to be working, right? I mean, he's got nothing less than a fourth so far, which is putting him ahead. Some people like Jim Jam and Amazing who started off well and then have, fallen off a little bit. We're about ready to get into game 5 here, guys. It's coming down to the pointy end of the night. So let's see who we've got with us here. Amazing is one of those players. So he's currently in 10th spot, remember? Some other players on the cusp. Gage's, Timo's dad. Who have we got here with us? Gage is there. Jim Jam down at 11th place as well. If he has a good game here, that could set him up to try and squeak through. And I will actually make one point, guys. As ever, Tycoon on point and has let us know that there is some point to doing well today. That's because, of course, if there is a tie tomorrow, it will be broken by your rank from today. So if you get, players ending up on the same amount of points tomorrow, it could actually be a big deal. Could mean some money. Could mean you are the one who gets through to, the finals. You are the one who gets to play on that global stage. Who knows?
So we'll just have to wait and see. As we're spectating lobby number 2 here, which means that all the players are in that danger zone. So what could be a fairly critical game for the rest of them. I think we're having to look at players, like Banter, Oboe, as well, to really see if they can get a first place. Otherwise, their tournament run is over.
Yep, it's getting pretty spicy for some of these players right now. Amazing is gonna get a very early A-bomb start, so that's never too shabby. Starting off at 2-1 with A-bomb, having the options, what do you put in there as well? He's gonna go for the Riven to give him that Legionnaire, and an extra bit of damage is quite nice. A-bomb players always, they seem to like that very diagonal positioning. Krams, tell me why they go for that.
I love this positioning. It's really nice. Obviously, you want Protect the Callista, and that line just kind of keeps him in place for the Callista as well. As we see, yeah, he did get the early A-bomb, so he could have slammed the Bloodthirster, but it's not that high value, and he probably wants to keep his options open for carries late game. Obviously, we did see the Spellweaver out of Chunga last game, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what comes out of this armory. Will we see something like a TR Shogun Slam, or will we see more of a Tempo 80 comp here? As we, two swords, not the best option. Glove is definitely an okay option as well. What would you be taking here, Frosty?
Well, I think what we see here would lead into Amazing's thinking, right? If Amazing sees the potential to go into something like a Riven, we could see a glove being picked up here and just immediately slammed on. I think overall, 2 swords is perhaps a little bit too much of a commitment into AD. So I would personally take the glove, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see exactly what Amazing is thinking.
Yeah, well, he's doing a lot of scouting to help him make this decision. Seems to agree with Frosty in the end. And he's actually going to slam the Bloodthirster. So considering he's got the A-bomb start, you can see he's actually holding a couple of skirmishes down there. Is that maybe where he could end up going with this? I guess he's still got the option to just, keep it on the Riven all game long. But yeah, I don't know. What do you think is the most likely?
Talked about it last game. Obviously, Jax is a great option with this Bloodthirster. Like you said, Riven is an option as well. But yeah, he just decides to slam the Bloodthirster. Also has a Last Whisper option. So very similar to what we saw last game out of Amazing. So maybe just, looking towards that Jax this game.
Okay. There goes the Lee Sin. Maybe that's just a gold, consideration. Of course, he's got that Poppy 2 there. Knights. You might want 1 or 2 of them to start off if you've got a skirmisher. Start to the day. Either way, that Bloodthirster Slam is, it's not probably as flexible as some of the other AD items, like maybe a Gwinsu's or something. I don't know. Would you guys agree with that?
I would actually go as far to say as I disagree with that. I think Bloodthirster lends itself very well into a good few AD compositions, simply because all the units at the moment can actually make really good use of it. name an AD unit that doesn't make good use of Bloodthirster at the moment.
You know what, Frosty? You passed the test.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It means a lot to me.
No, it was a trick question, obviously.
Oh, of course, of course. But I'm
Okay.
thinking of the viewers here. I'm just explaining it to everyone else. That's all.
Yeah. Of course, they let them in on the inside scoop as well. We're switching over to Banter now. He seems to love that Sunfire Slam. It almost doesn't matter like what else is happening in his early game. Maybe it's just a strategy to say, I don't care if I'm win streaking, lose streaking, but he often, I mean, we've seen him take only 8th or 7th so far. And I don't know. It's despite, what that Sunfire offers you early, obviously not helping him out in that situation. Does make it 2-star Nidalee pretty early, and with the Gwinsu's on top of that, the way that stacks once she turns into a cougar form, he could be looking to break that curse of, starting off rough in stage 2 and then, continuing that for the rest. So, ooh, interesting. Okay, he's got the 2 Dawnbringer, actually going to sell off. Really wants to get the win here just so he can make 10.
Yeah, thinking this Nidalee pair will be enough to win this fight. I like that play. I actually didn't see that line, but obviously Nidalee 2 with a Rage Blade is incredibly powerful at this stage of the game and does make 10 gold, so very clever. Definitely didn't see selling off that Brawler, so very nice. Makes the economy back and can definitely use this Nidalee to try and start a win streak.
I guess it's one of the nice things about having, just some extra Dawnbringer units around is they still offer some value, right? Especially if it's Gragas. He's got a bit of health and he'll get some back from that trait, even if it does mean you drop down and lose that Brawler bonus. But he calculates it well. He comes away with the dub, and now he can actually swap it out. And now the Brawler bonus is his. Hopefully he can get into Krugs with, a small win streak. Something's got to go bright for Banter eventually, right?
Well, good news for Banter fans is this cat's got claws, but it's also got a bit of reach as well, as Nidalee tends to lend itself very well to being an excellent item carrier here, and will more than likely enable Banter to start streaking into the mid-game. I wouldn't be surprised to see Banter, with a little bit of good fortune on his side, finally, being able to go... I mean, there's the potential for a fast 8 here at least, but we're more than likely just going to see a really healthy stage 3 into a stage 4 roll down.
Okay, so we've got... nope, gonna sell those units. Got the skirmishes happening here. It's, a very solid sort of mid-game transitional kind of board. Not a lot of units here that you... plan to end up with. They're the kind of, they're not really like marriage material, you'd say. They're just, sort of having a bit of fun in the middle.
Sure, we'll go with that, shall we? Not exactly the way that I would have put it there, but yeah, okay, yep, definitely checks out.
Well, finds an early Gallia. That's interesting. Also has a couple Sentinel units. Will he decide to, maybe play around these units instead? Unfortunately, doesn't have a Aurelia, which would help this decision, but looking like it's a bit too tempting. Slams that Banshee Trapdoor as well. Looking really nice. What's he going to do with this Gallia? It looks like he's just going to hold it for now. Puts in the center too. Obviously, Gallia will give him Sentinel buff next turn, so definitely going to spike next turn. Hopefully, this Nidalee is enough to help him win this fight and keep his win streak going.
Yep, so expecting him to put some gold into EXP there. The level up to 6 on 3-2. Fairly common. Is the Nidalee going to be enough to win this fight? Standing right in front of that level 2 Callista there with the spear, but I think actually it was too quick. Managed to take them down before that even got into the Cougar. There we go, a nice dub there, and let's see if he follows Krams' advice.
Finds the Aurelia. That's actually going to maybe make him want to play a bit passive. The Aurelia does give him Sentinel on top of the Skirmisher, so he doesn't need to necessarily burn his economy if he doesn't feel like he needs to. But he is on that 3 streak, so I think leveling here is the correct play. It does drop him to 20, which is a little scary. But let's see what his decision is. Will he just... Maybe he just thinks he's strong enough. Obviously, we've mentioned a few times this Nidalee is just so strong at this stage of the game. I love Rageblade Nidalee, one of the stronger Recall students early. And yeah, it looks like he's just going to play it passive for now.
Okay, interestingly, lets the Olaf take the front line there. Maybe just giving a little bit more time for that Sunfire cape to work its magic while Nidalee is all over the back line here. And Short is going to have some...
Might consider
healing
making
hurt there,
40
but-
here. He
Oof.
can make 40. I don't know how much... I think he will hold on to the Galio, though. Thought maybe he was thinking about it, but yeah, he's just going to continue playing passively. But yeah, he did have the option to make 40, but this Galio is just such high value. We saw last game, I think it was 5 players had a Galio, so really strong unit, particularly the Sentinel. As we go back to Amazing's board, looks like he picked up a belt off the last carousel, which is very interesting. I guess trying to get some of those A-bomb items in play.
So despite that Bloodthirster and comments about where that could be headed, yeah, maybe he is a bit more interested in the A-bomb or having that in addition. It's a bit of a puzzle here for Amazing, but at least for the moment he's doing pretty well in the health stakes, sitting up at 88, 36 above the bottom of the table. Sora right now, who has been taking some pretty big hits early on.
Yeah, and it looks like for the time being we're coming up against the board of Angora here, and this just goes to show you just how strong Riven is in the early game, managing to take down even the opposing A-bomb board there with fairly convincing fashion. Only unfortunate news for Amazing is that puts him into the last pick range here, and there's some fairly decent ones. A Lucian with a bow, heck, even an Aphelios with a cloak there, but you're more than likely not going to want to pick that up simply because you've already got a Bloodthirster there.
Yeah, if he goes the belt or the vest here, that could give him, you know, Warmog, Sunfire, some pretty good A-bomb items are available. He's definitely taking his time to think about it. So yeah, could be a Sunfire.
I think I like the double Sunfire. Yep, immediately slams it down here. You know, sometimes you don't get the full coverage with the Sunfire, but turns out the A-bomb charging straight into the backline, applying that anti-heal debuff onto the carries can be very effective and manages to turn the tide fairly often. So I think we're going to continue to see Amazing try to go down this path here. I'm interested to see exactly how Amazing chooses to play out the rest of the game here. Will Amazing continue to try to play with this Riven? We have seen A-bomb Riven before. It has been a composition, but it has fallen out of favor fairly recently. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see, no?
I feel like I'm trying to remember. I think I maybe even watched a stream where I think it was Escher or Raza, you know, was sort of going through some Korean VODs after they heard about this. Oh no, yeah, look at that. He wants the blessed Bloodthirster, but having 2 in a composition like that, don't know if that's gonna work. He's got the Hextech Lifeblade there. What do you guys think? Any potential to take that and have the Vel'Koz A-bomb sort of variant as a preferred option?
I mean, yeah, it's definitely an option. The problem is that you're not guaranteed a Reforger here quite yet, so you've ultimately got a dead item, and I mean, as we see here, looks like it's just going to have to double down on the life gain angle with this blessed Bloodthirster. And I think this probably indicates here that we're going to see either an Aphelios game from Amazing or a Jax game. It looks like Amazing's work is going to be cut out for him here.
Oh man, even with all that life heal, it's nothing when you've got Yasuo coming at you with some pretty damn good items there. The quicker silver on in him is honestly pretty damn good. But yeah, really 2 Bloodthirsters. I'm just not seeing how that translates into a good late game.
Fine support A-bomb. It's a nice little power spike. You can definitely go level 8 and maybe play towards the Amphibios like Frosty said. Yeah, that 4th A-bomb is really going to help him stabilize here. But yeah, like you said, the double Bloodthirsts are not ideal, but interested to see what carry he chooses to play with this game.
We also saw a double Rage Blade on the Revenant, so a couple of people just doubling down at the moment. Who says too much of a good thing isn't good for you? Level 7 now, gonna have to roll a little bit here. Obviously feeling a little bit weak right now and wants a couple of upgrades. He's got 2 Lucians there.
I don't think he can be picky at this point. I think you just maybe have to play around this double Lucian option. Has the 3 Sentinels ready to go. I'm not sure how he's seeing. There is also a Draven. I don't think there is a Jax. Jax might potentially be a better option as well, but the double Lucian definitely makes me think he might stick with this.
Interesting. Deciding whether to put... oh, no. Okay, just goes for both of them. I thought maybe you'd be holding out one to put on the Jax in the next round when he finds a way to slot that in, perhaps. But no, he's just gonna put that all on there, trying to save as much health as possible going forward.
Yeah, the Vel'Koz too, even through the double shields there, the Vel'Koz too, a massive pickup from Jim Jam. Gonna be able to stabilize the health, and I mean, amazing, while having a bit of trouble with the items here, is still relatively healthy, but it's only going to get worse from this point out. Needs to make a decision on what direction he's going for, and I think it's going to come down to Sentinels here and a half-decent front line. But we're going to come back to Banter here, who we haven't spectated for a while, who, I mean, we were in a little bit of a position where we weren't sure what Banter was trying to go for either. Has slammed a jeweled gauntlet, and is more than likely also going Lucian as well. Has 5 Sentinel in for the time being, but that's a fully stacked Lucian.
That
Yes,
Lucian
he's got
looking
the
scary.
the glamorous gauntlet there. What do you think about that without the Infinity Edge? Is that the kind of items you want to see on it, Krams?
Not my best in slot, but yeah, that jewel gauntlet's really interesting. Looking forward to seeing how much damage this can pump out, especially with that really strong Galio. Talked about him holding those Gallios early. He's got a level 2 Galio with 2 items and that Dragon Claw, but unfortunately it just gets destroyed by that Nocturne. But yeah, looking forward to seeing, how much value this Lucian can have in this comp.
Yeah, it seemed like the Nocturne was a little bit too strong there. We did see Sora also going for that composition earlier, so maybe favoring the Assassins. The Galio 2, at 4-3, you're probably happy to see that. And we did see another player, though, with a Sentinel Spat. So that seems somewhat likely that in addition to Amazing, who we were spectating before, that Lucian might actually be quite contested this lobby.
Yeah, we see that Lucian 2-star coming out from Amazing there, who did manage to find it after having that big pair. A triple Diana shot from Banter here. That's a massive gold sing, but heck, it kind of fits in the composition, so maybe that's just an angle that Banter has to play towards.
He could take it and go down to 30 gold at level 7. Not sure if he wants to take that risk, and ooh, a nice volley there from Lucian is going to mean Banter comes out on top this time. Sticking towards the top of the lobby here. Hopefully he doesn't fall off late and can finish the day off with some respect next to his name.
And that's it. This is a crucial win for Banter here. If Banter can find himself in a really nice spot, maybe a second or a first here, maybe the tournament chances are still alive, but it's looking like it's slim. But the one problem I have with this position here is that when you're in these positions, this doesn't feel like it's gonna be a game-winning position, right? This doesn't feel like a game-winning board. You need something extra. You need your Kaels, your Akshans to become available too, so that you can really try to close it out with those powerful units. I think we've only seen Lucian 2 win the lobby because of circumstances. But in lobbies like these, I think Lucian 3 is pretty much what you need to close it out.
Yeah, and obviously that's a lot harder when you've got that many people just playing Sentinels here. There's a couple of other, it's a diverse lobby probably apart from that. But here we see Amazing. It's gone for the Last Whisper as the third item here. How's that going to stack up against this Lucian 1? The Thresh Hook not going to help out. The Galio actually just tanking so much on the front line, but eventually it looks like he is going to get through these last couple of units.
Big sustain coming through there from the Lucian too. Which shouldn't be too surprising considering there's a double Bloodthirster on the enemy team there. But even still, I think that's the big difference maker as well. Banter is a lot of damage. The healing is just too much, so that the slow burn of the Lucian 2 just manages to get through there. But that's a Kale too.
Kale 2 double Rage Blade.
5.
Wow.
I mean, you talk about something to close out the game right there, and well, that's it. That's the stuff of Legends. Looks like we're not going to get to see it in action quite yet, but the amazing Vel'Koz from Jim Jam, who essentially has perfect items at this point, looking to be a fairly formidable foe for the board of Banter here. And that's Lucian just barely staying alive, manages to snipe off the Vel'Koz here, but goes down to the residual damage, and Banter is going to fall ever so low. That's below 40, below 50 at this point here.
Oh, Gages takes the L with a stage 4 2-star Kale. That is so rough. Now sitting at 3 health, and I was just about to say, this could be what Gages needs. He's currently sitting in 9th position on the overall scoreboard, and if you guys, want a live update for that, you can just put in exclamation scores in Twitch chat and get access to that. But I can tell you, he's in 9th spot right now, and he needs a good game to try and push him over that line. So if he's going to do it, it's going to be a hell of a win streak to get there.
I think the problem that Gages has is those items that are on that Kale. I mean, sure, the double Rage Blade looks nice and tempting there. You think about the raw damage you can get from it, and then you realize that it's not all it's cracked up to be. You don't have that extra sustain that you really need on the Kale that big, and it just ends up falling off way too quickly. But gotta see Amazing taking a really interesting transition here. Chooses to pivot away from the Lucian 2 and instead prioritizing a Jax with these items instead, as well as a Helios in there too. This is a really ballsy move from Amazing. What do you think of this, Kirams?
Yeah, I saw that he had Jax with the Hurricane. I thought maybe he would make the move, but he doesn't even have Skirmisher in, so really interesting play. Needs to solidify his spot, but yeah, with the Lucian 2 and the Sentinels ready to go, I guess he just feels that Jax might be better equipped with these items.
Yeah, he absolutely has to get Sentinels in, you're right. That's, Jax, he ramps up his speed, but without the damage ramp in unison, he's not going to be able to out-heal stuff as it comes in. All right, gets the Tome of Traits, as well as a glove there from that Radiant Blessing. He's going to choose the Knight emblem here. Now, that's great on Rel. The opportunity to go 4 Knights with Rel, sometimes very good. Looking for that 4th Knight, perhaps. No, actually goes straight past the Thresh. So, there you go. He's going to put it in with Leona. But still, look at that. 2 out of 3 Sentinels, 2 out of 3 Redeemed, 2 out of 3 Skirmishes. This comp isn't quite working yet.
I don't understand. Why did the center not come out here over some of these other units instead? We could have still had in the Sentinel if we actually, you know what? I just caught myself. Yeah, I'm gonna stop saying that sentence because I was about to say something incredibly stupid there. Let's just pretend that I didn't even go on that little tirade there, and we're just gonna say, wow, look, Amazing won the fight. Wow, great job.
All right, Grams, what was he trying to say, really?
I think he thought that Jax was kind of sad, but it's okay. He needs to skirm in though. Like you meant, he's got 2 skirmishes. I think if Jax is going to be his carry, he needs to find the skirm. There is a Galio, which would be a better knight than that you know, obviously. But yeah, he did have a cannon earlier. I thought he might play, but without this third skirmisher, and I don't, you know, it's going to be really hard for this Jax to carry.
Yeah, I mean, there we go. That's the Galio's a nice pickup because it gives him, you know, maintains the 4 knights and also adds sentinels to the mix. But yeah, without that damage ramp, how's he supposed to go against something like this Kale that, look at that, he can't ramp up while he's getting chucked to the back there by the Syndra. This Kale looks like it's about to end this this fight for Amazing.
Oh lordy lord, it is here, and that is just, yep, that is devastation. Absolute devastation. But all of these players, Sora's on 1 health, Gages is on 3 health, the rest of the lobby is essentially below Stimmy threshold at this point. Nobody is dying here quite yet. Everyone's hitting their power spikes, and you can't afford to bleed out health like Amazing is right now, especially when it comes down to this, because every single unit placement, every single placement that you get, every single unit placement that you mismanage means that that's a potential spot that you fall lower in the ladder here.
Is that a second Kale too? I think we just spied. There's a lot for Amazing to contend with here. Sitting on 21 health. It feels like he... Did he just sell...
Alright, we've gone full circle. So he sold Lucian for the Jax, and now the Lucian 2's come back. So he's got both now. Obviously, he doesn't have the Skirmin, but you know, Lucian 2 has 3 items, so Jax has 3 items. So I'll have to see if this duo can, you know, try and carry him throughout the rest of the stage.
Yeah, I mean, because he had the Viego, right? And I think that's why he picked up the RFC, because that's an incredible item on the Viego. But then, yeah, maybe just because of the Lucian 2 thinks that's the better option all of a sudden. And meanwhile, he's got a Radiant item on a carry that doesn't have its main trait activated.
And the Lucian gets sniped down in this fight as well. Banter having a really good positioning here, but the Jax is just way too much to deal with. And it looks like we're going to have our first contestant eliminated. It is Sora the Cat going out in 8th. Gages with that stacked Kale 2 manages to cling on for just 1 more fight.
Okay, so he's got 4 Sentinel here. You could potentially take out, you know, Cannoneer. I mean, do you think Cannoneer is that important that it'd be, you know, worth keeping that on the Lucian 2 versus having that extra skirmish trade in?
I think it's worth it. Like, even though, you know, you might not value it, the CC center provides is really key as well.
Yeah.
I am looking at his board, trying to figure out how he does get Skirmin. Maybe this is just his board. Like, obviously, just when he scouted this 3 Ironclad 4 Knights can be really hard to break through, but he is coming up against a 3-item Kale 2. I have to see if he can get to it in time. I'm not sure if he can. This Kale is just tearing through his entire board. Jax managed to sustain last fight, but is he going to be able to survive this fight? No, he's not. This is going to be a really bad loss. Was that 6 or 7 unit loss? 5 HP.
Ouch.
6 players left. Gage is unfortunately going out in 7th, but there is the Ashcan. So let's see. That will help me out the Armor Shred. How is he gonna find a way to cap this board?
Yeah, it's a very interesting puzzle right now. You know, maybe an emblem could have helped him do it, but he'll have to make do with the redemption instead.
It's a catch-22, right? You've got 4 Sentinel in right now, but if you take out your Irelia to put in another skirmisher, you're stuck with 2 out of 3 skirmishers still. So you have to either take out the center for Cannoneer, or you have to look to replacing the Lucian 2 entirely with an Action 1 here, and then trying to find another skirmisher.
Okay, so he buys the Aphelios. I'm not sure if that was just a, you know, trying to increase the odds of 4 costs, or he was actually thinking about it, because if he was, are you kidding me? Make up your mind, Amazing. I mean, he's just, you already had an Aphelios too, mate. Okay, sure. He wants to get the, you know, he wants to get the Action 1 in, and to do that, he's going to dodge it and somehow ends up with 3 Sentinel, 2 Ranger.
I mean, this just goes to show you the power of Akshan here. I think that it is overall just a better unit than Lucian, you know. It turns out that bigger number does mean better unit some of the time. But even still here, like, I think that Akshan just has more utility, has the potential to not get melted by this Vel'Koz as hard. So we see Angora takes a loss to the board of Amazing. Angora looks to almost be in one-hit territory from this point on. So it's a fairly tight lobby. Heck, even Nowfire, who was the lobby leader earlier on, who wasn't even past the Stimmy, is now in potentially one-hit territory as well. It's a really close game here, gentlemen.
Yeah, and look, Gages and Sora the Cat are out already. Gages was in 9th position. Sora was in 13th position. So coming to the end of this game, they're going to be sliding further down. That might mean Sora's out, and it might mean Gages has got a hard fight ahead in that 6th game to try and make it through to the final day.
That was an interesting looking Rakan I saw. I glimpsed it. I think it was level 3 with a Shiv and a Legionnaire spat, so hopefully we can get another chance to look at that. But yeah, straight up Ashken. Hopefully it can help Amazing get to this top 4. Everyone is so low. Everyone's, below 20, below 30. Yeah, see, that is a skirmisher Ashken, though. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. Jax, unfortunately, CC'd for way too long. But can this Jax stay? No, the dual gauntlet Lucian ends up taking him out in 6th spot there. Really unfortunate. But yeah, just a little indecisive throughout this game.
Yeah, so many.
Look at that. I love that board.
So many rotations.
Who is that? I didn't catch who that was, but someone has a really interesting board. I saw a Lee 3 and a Rakan 3 with a KL.
I think it's Nowfire who was rocking the Yasuo reroll earlier and has chosen to put in a Rakan 3 as well to, just bolster up the board just a little bit.
There it is. Okay, so Yas 3, Lee 3, Rakan 3, even has the KO in there as well. Gunblade, wow. I've never seen anything like this. I'm looking forward to seeing, can he get through this Lee Sin? This Lee Sin looks very tanky. Rakan heal coming through, but just not enough, just way too much damage coming out.
Yeah, unfortunately with, the meta sometimes feeling pretty figured out in TFT, interesting doesn't always mean, a winning board. But look, it's got him into a top 3 by the looks of it. I think that was only his ghost, so Nowfire actually had to win that round. And as we're going back to Banter, who's in 2nd position, he's going to go for the Zeeks. And we've got 3 players on, yeah, they might. I guess depending on how big their losses are here, would see whether they go home or not next fight.
Yeah, this pickup from Banter here is quite massive. Has the potential to try to hit this Akshan 3. I think it's all going to come to a roll down. Identifies that he's just not going to be able to hit level 9 for those extra odds, and instead chooses to just try his luck. Step right up, folks. It's the 5-cost roulette at level 8. Really wants to try to get this the Zeke's Herald in onto this Lucian as well. But even on the side of Obo, has 6 Knight, which means that this Lucian 3 is just going to be dealing minuscule damage. And Shroud hits Kale, but Kale doesn't care. Kale doesn't care about Shroud at all because it's not a mana-based unit.
No, it's not. The action does have the skirmisher, so that means, we'll ramp up over time, but that's if it survives, of course, and it does not. Banter gets punished and actually will take a 20 health loss there to go out in 3rd place. That's, look, that's still his best finish of the night. And it's going to be between Nowfire and Obo here for the finish. So I'm glad we're finally getting to see the traits here. So it's a 4 Nightbringer, 4 Legionnaire, with a couple of others thrown in there as well. That's as you said, quite interesting. You don't see Legionnaire as a vertical used very often.
No, certainly not here. We're going to talk about counters to a 6 Knight board. How's about some true damage from Yasuo that can't be CC'd? I think this is the best shot that anyone's got at taking down Obo. And the Rakan 3 also with that massive healing as well. But the Yasuo just dies. it's just dead. And even the supplementary units, they just can't stand up to the Kale. The Giant Slayer dealing way too much damage. Now Fire looks to be living with just one life, but this is looking scary. This is looking really scary. I don't know if Now Fire's got it in their board to be able to take it down.
Well, at least they get one more chance. At least you make it to Shelly, and that gives you a look in. You know, Obo only gets a static Shiv. Yeah, okay, maybe you can put it on the Jax or something. He's calculating some odds.
Calculator tech.
I've never seen this in my life. What is he? Come on. All right, come on. I've got the big brains on the desk here with me. This is what we pay you guys for, right? 4.8. What did that mean?
Average placement.
Okay.
That makes sense. He added up all his scores and put his average placement. I think that's. I mean, if you want to do that with the tournament on the line, you know, I respect that.
Yeah, like who needs to be re-rolling and thinking about positioning when you're just, you know, trying to work. Yeah, I'm through already. I don't need to sweat this shroud. Okay, actually puts the Shiv on the rel there in the end to just give it that extra mana boost. Try and make sure that cast does happen. But this is Now Fire's last chance here. Okay. The Legionnaires starting to chew through that front line, and the 2-star Kale just looking so much more dominating than the 1-star at the moment. Yasuo doing pretty well. You got to remember he's got a lot of heal coming up, but he's got to make it to the Kale, and his legs aren't long enough, so it'll be Obo to finish it off here at 7-1.
Yeah, an impressive showing from Obo, and I think this is exactly the storybook finish that we needed. Obo finding himself in 15th spot at the start of this game here. A first place could do wonders at potentially securing him a position in tomorrow's final 6 games there. But I just wanted to go back to that last fight there, that Yasuo deciding to take a split turn towards the right in the final moments there could have been the difference between a game-winning fight and a game-losing fight. And unfortunately, for Now Fire, it looks like Obo will emerge victorious here.
Yeah, all those days spent playing League of Legends, you're hoping your micro comes in handy, but not really in TFT unless you're, I don't know, maybe doing a massive transition. Krames, what did you take away from Game 5 there?
That calculator check, you know, went out in 6th place, calculating his odds. But yeah, we got one game left, so everyone, you know, wants to know where they stand. You know, what kind of game they need to play for the final game. You know, do they need that high roll first or 8th mentality, or do they just play a safe game and secure their spot into tomorrow?
Okay, guys, well, we've got one more game tonight, and then we will know the final 8 players joining us tomorrow. We'll go to a break now, but don't go anywhere. The exciting conclusion to day 1 coming up after. For 8 of the players, this will be their last game in the OCE TFT Regional Finals. Let's have a look at the scoreboard and see where the players stand right now. Who is at the cusp, at the front, leading as he has been all night. Chunga bringing out the guns.
Has this man got it in him to take a loss? I'm looking at the scoreboard now. First game a first, second game a second, third game a fourth, fourth game a second, fifth game another second. The storybook run from Chunga here is absolutely insane and is all but locked up for day number 1 here. But we got to direct our attention to all the players at around 23 or so points. Any of the players that have 23 points or to 20 points right about now are in the danger zone.
Yeah, so just to explain this,
game.
just to explain this to everybody, all the players in the black will be playing in one lobby, and all the players in the yellow there will be playing in another lobby. So what that means is, Timo's dad, Escher, Dawnglade there, they are at risk of losing out and potentially going down to Jim Jam, Amazing, Angora, or Gauges. I feel like those are the kind of 7 we're going to be looking at. Those spots still up for grabs, depending on how those guys go. We will be going to Lobby 1 here and seeing some of those top players we haven't seen for a couple of games, and just getting the absolute top tier TFT action for you guys here in OCE.
Start off with Peanut, he who looks to have secured a bow starter, if my eyes serve me correctly, a bow or a belt, but no bow start here. I really enjoy the bow start right about now. Leads into a lot of different compositions and isn't too focused on whether it's AP or AD either, so a lot of choices you can get here. What do you think, Kirims?
Yeah, definitely really flexible. We've seen a lot of Rageblade slams tonight into Kale, haven't seen as much Aphelios, but yeah, Rageblade is definitely a good option. And like you said, you can play in AD and AP comps, and it can just give you that direction. But obviously the double bow start can feel clunky. RSC is not my favorite bow item, but it does open up something like a Rageblade Last Whisper or like a Hurricane Last Whisper into a Nocturne. So definitely a really good starting item. And it gives you options, but also can give you direction early, depending on what you hit.
Yeah, definitely. So we have a look here. The belt, not exactly the worst pickup, but not exactly the best pickup here. This looks like for Peanut is going to be an armory decided game as to exactly what the direction is going to be. But I think 2 bows in the first place here are still fairly indicative of the sort of direction you want to go. Probably not going to be seeing an AP game from Peanut. But moving over to Escher here, who has already hit a fair few of these gold units, has nearly in for the time being with double Thresh and two fairly good AD items. Hits another bat of gold.
Oh my, this is looking fantastic. Gets the Aurelia as well. This is just great. I mean, you go up to level 4 here. I mean, he's got the bow and the sword there already. Only starting off with the 2 components, but honestly, with this, it's fine, right? Like, this is looking like such a good Jack start. You've got that Nidalee straight away, so you know you've got a fantastic unit to start slamming some items on as soon as you get that. And you've also got heaps of direction. Like, you could hit Titans, you could hit Last Whisper, Bloodthirster. There's just so many options here for him to play this out once we see what this 2-2 armory is.
Yeah, absolutely. You hit the nail right on the head. He has got the chance to go for something like a Rage Blade, a Bloodthirster, a Last Whisper as well. There's just a lot going on with Escher's board here. So I really like to see exactly the way that he's chosen to play it. Take that early level up, start your win streak, and I mean, not to mention that this game for Escher is massive. Escher is in that danger zone that we described earlier on 23 points. And funnily enough, has the lowest tiebreak out of everybody because of the way that they performed in the previous qualifier. And that's what we use to decide who gets to go through and who doesn't. So ultimately, Escher needs to have a good game here, because if it comes to a tiebreaker situation, it never works out in his favor.
Yeah, exactly. Coming 16th in the mid-set invitational, it could work against him. He had an interesting armory there, Cram. So I want you to talk me through that one. You know, he had the option to go for the Last Whisper, which I think is a better item ending up for Jax. He has gone for the Rage Blade, though. Does this mean there's a different direction happening here, or is that just a better item to win streak with?
Obviously, Rage Blades, they're both flexible items, but the fact that he has the Nidalee, and Nidalee's the one that's going to be carrying him into that mid to late game, I like the Rage Blade Slam. Rage Blade Nidalee is one of my favorite Rage Blade holders early, so yes, Last Whisper could be better later, but this Rage Blade is also flexible and also better right now, in my opinion. So I like that play. Also has the open sword, so can maybe get some sustain coming up to this carousel, but yeah, both bow items are good, but I like his decision there.
Definitely some potential to play some Kale later, as well as a range of other carriers, as you say, that can use that. A flexible item and a good start for Escher here to game 6. Now, just to refresh everyone on the standings there, Escher is currently in 7th place. He's one of the players, the competitors here today who are on 23 points. So he can be overtaken, but not if he has a good game.
Yeah, a lot riding on this game. I think Dawnglade is also in 8th position, so there's a lot riding on this game for sure. Everyone's going to fight for every single place, so it should be a really good lobby. Looking forward to seeing, you know, what comps people go towards. Will they go towards comfort? Will they play a bit more aggressively? Looking really, really forward to see what people pull out here.
I think the one thing I'm looking forward to see is, you mentioned the types of play here, is will we see risky styles of gameplay? Will we see those players trying to hit the Kale? You know, if you're on that loss streak, just how deep do you try to go to try to get that game-winning angle there that you might not see? Because for a lot of players, this is the final chance that they're going to get. I think that, considering that we're watching game number 1 here, that it's lobby number 1, I think we're going to see more safe styles of play, but in lobby 2, I have to imagine that we're going to, I mean, if we get time to go in and watch it, that we're going to get to see some really aggressive play styles in there to try to get the best possible position that you possibly can.
It's obviously a bit hot in Admiration's room at the moment. Showing off the tats. Love to see it.
I don't think it's only hot in Admiration's room.
I hope there's some...
I'm starting to feel a little bit myself, honestly.
A bit hot under the collar there. Yeah. I wonder if they're, you know, TFT league-related tattoos. You know, DM us on Twitter, Admiration. Let us know. Okay. A couple of slams. Bloodthirster. Last Whisper. Sounds like Frosty wants Admiration to whisper in his ear right now.
Oh, well, I'm just trying to slide into Admiration's DMs right about now, hey? On a serious note, though, Admiration's board looking fairly solid as well, rocking that Kled carry, but I'm really interested with the positioning of the Kled there, because Admiration put the Kled on the outside, which means that Kled is more likely to get targeted initially here, and as we see, it unfortunately leads to a bad fight for Admiration, getting the Kled targeted down nearly immediately. Dawnglade on a bit of a win streak there, though, so ultimately means that, you know, it was probably still going to take the loss, but I wonder if Admiration could have taken a better loss there.
I mean, sometimes it works out, especially if you've got like a second tanky unit, because Kled hops off his horse. All of a sudden, you've got, you know, he's doing a lot more damage at that point, because that's when his that other passive kicks in. But yeah, if your secondary unit goes down, also pretty quickly, then they retarget onto the Kled, and yeah, you know, it's not such a good time. But a 2% Lucian is going to come in and potentially save the day here for Admiration, giving him not only 3 Sentinel, but also going to pack a punch.
Coming up against a 2-item Nidalee, that's really scary. But yeah, like you said, that 2% Lucian is... We've seen this before, where he hit the 1% Kale, I think it was game 1 or 2. So definitely really, really nice. Had 2 nice items, has the Sentinels in as well. And unfortunately, it looks like this Nidalee we were talking about, the Rage Blade, is just way too strong. Manages to get a 3-unit win. That's actually huge, considering how powerful Admiration looks. And that's actually a big pickup that will give him Cannoneer as well. Also provides some really crucial CC. Until he finds a strong front line, you know, the CC coming out from center will help this Lucian take better losses and, you know, kill more units.
Yeah, I mean, look, at level 5, 4 Sentinel, 3 Skirmisher, 2 Cannoneer. You're doing pretty well trait-wise there, at the very least. But as you say, you know, you need that mix, front line, back line. And without any 2-star units, he is playing a dangerous game there. We'll get a Nico's and a bit of gold. That's not too shabby at all.
Not too shabby at all.
Okay.
Yeah, that's definitely one way to put it. I'd say that's a fairly decent shot for Admiration there. You know, I think that in this position where, you know, you've got 2 really decent items on Lucian, you're not really looking for more items here. You're not trying to continue a win streak at all. Like, you're not trying to finish off a decent power spike. I think that just hitting 15 gold there is pretty much the nut of butters, the magical Christmas land. Exactly what Admiration would have loved to have seen there.
Well, we'll see if it's, you know, is this just a paper tiger here, really? Can the other team tear through it with Chunga on the front side? He's got a lot of damage reduction there with the Knights, as well as those Rangers coming through. The Bloodthirster from Lucian could make something happen here, but no. Yeah, there we go. Needs more front line. Doesn't matter how much damage that Lucian can plaque in.
Really feels like the tale of the 2% today, where I mean we just saw even Chunga having the 2% of Aphelios at level 5 there, and we see Admiration with the 2% Lucian, and I believe when we saw Admiration scanning around before, we saw a 2% Vel'Koz this game, so it's turned out to be a fairly spicy one to start off game number 6 here, folks. You don't want to be missing it. This is, after all, the high stakes lobby for a lot of players, and that's it. 6 redeemed over on another board there. Peanut's got 6 redeemed in right about now, folks.
Well, 68 health, but yeah, 6 redeemed is probably going to help him out if he's hitting it this early. Of course, if you're hitting 6 redeemed, that means you've either got a spat or you've got something pretty hefty going in there. And as you can see, I think that was the Vel'Koz was one of the high units he hit. Doesn't have the Rel just yet, and yeah, surprisingly, actually, that's going to be enough for Admiration to get through.
Chubby Bunny and Dawn both still win streaking, so the pace of this lobby is really starting to heat up. I'm looking forward to seeing, you know, how people manage their economy coming up to the rating items, because there are so many forecasts running around. We've got 2 win streak players. This lobby is really, the pace is just skyrocketed right now.
Makes sense, right? You get to a game 6. For a lot of these players, well, I guess in lobby 1, you know, it's not the 1st or 8th quite so much. It'd probably be like that a little bit more in the other lobby, where I'd expect extremely aggressive rolling, trying to find KLs and make sure they can have that big game. Here, as you said, in lobby 2, you might expect a little bit more, you know, passive play, a little bit more conservative play at the least, because you only need to grab a couple of points to try and make sure you're the one who doesn't get sniped out by some of those leaders in lobby 2. We're switching over to Arfs now, who is sitting, you know, pretty safely up there on 27 points. It's not mathematically impossible, but it would be tough for him to get knocked out.
That's it. But the one way that does end up happening is more than likely taking an 8th here, and it looks to be like Arfs is playing a fairly 1st or 8th style, as we saw the Yasuo being stacked there before. So one has to wonder, is Arfs going to go for that Yasuo, or is this just a temporary placement onto the Yasuo to try to get it up towards a Vel'Koz? Looking at the board here, it looks to be more like a Vel'Koz angle. I don't think we're going to see the Yasuo. Yep, there's the immediate sell-off of the Yasuo. Are we going to see a big roll down here?
Well, hasn't rolled just yet. He's actually just going to keep JG on Lucian. not a bad carrier of it in the meantime while he's looking for the squid. It's interesting how, you know, the squid has really pivoted from being that sort of redeemed unit to being, you know, more of a spell weaver. It seemed like that was sort of the go-to comp for a little while, and now Abomination seems to be the favored sort of backup for the squid, though we are seeing the latter up the top there.
It looks to be like a little bit of a misclick happened here. I think Offs would have loved her, the Lucian, to have a Shojin on it for the time being, but doesn't look like it's going to be mattering all too much as Offs manages to take down the fight. We're going to go into the Radiant Armory. What's behind door number 1, folks?
Okay.
Good options here.
So many, right? I mean, you could have gone the Hex Tech. A lot of people saying that is the best in slot Radiant item for a Vel'Koz, but actually going to go with the Ascended Death Cap. Graham's, I find that a bit of an interesting option. I feel like that, you know, kind of like Quick as Silver. You know, the Hextech Lifestealer is one of those items that is just very unique when you get the Radiant option of it. So what do you think for the option to just go pure, raw, unadulterated power here?
Yeah, interesting option. I personally prefer the Gunblade. With this Death Cap, I guess he realizes that Vel'Koz is contested, and there may be a Karma coming potentially. But that would make sense. But yeah, I think if he does want to play Squid, Gunblade would have been the better option. But it could be a Karma angle.
Yeah, gotta admit, I honestly did not consider the Karma angle there. You know, I think I was so tuned into seeing the squid at this point that I immediately averted my eyes towards the Gunblade, as you mentioned earlier. But yeah, I mean, you know, there is the supposed angle of just trying to pick up some Dawnbringer units here. There's the Karma. This would be a big
Okay,
no.
well, maybe not. I guess he had the option. Completely rolled past it, so I guess he is just going to tunnel Squid at this point, or maybe like I'm not sure. I feel like the Gunblade was a better option in that situation in that case, but
I mean,
Karma was definitely an option there.
Yeah, I mean, big shout out to Mortdog for you know, just clearing that confusion up for us immediately. But well, I guess half of the confusion, because now we're still confused about you know, why he went for the Death Cap over the Hex Tech there. Anyway, I'm sure the answer will come to light eventually. Squid goes in, so I guess he's just counting on the Squid, like, not ever getting CC'd or attacked, and just killing everyone in the first blast, basically.
You gotta admit, when it'll blast, it'll do a glorious amount of damage here, as we just... We're gonna see it for the first time, I think. There's no backline access here. Teemo's dad rocking a fairly strong fairly strong Kale items onto that Varus there, but my lord, that entire team just melts. But strangely enough, the Varus is sticking around, has gone Super Saiyan for the time being, and the Vel'Koz doesn't manage to twist enough.
Yeah, look, needs to work on his dance moves a little bit there. 2 Spellweaver and 3 Redeemed were doing serious damage, but, you know, can't hit multiple targets if they're on opposite sides of the arena. So, okay, Trap Claw. That's a nice little pickup there. Some help for the Vel'Koz, considering it's got, you know, it's struggling in the other departments.
Now, as a bit of an interesting tech here, I'm going to pose a question to you, Karams. Do you think that Arfs will value Invoker more over Mystic in terms of redeemed units here? And should Arfs be picking up this Syndra over the Lux instead?
I do like the Invoker option with this Death Cap. If you can pass more often, that's going to make up for the fact he doesn't have Gunblade. So I do like the Invoker option, but as you say, he is picking up these redeemed units. If he wants to keep the Lux, I guess he wants to play Mystics, but you have to, before you make a decision, you have to scout how much AD is in this lobby. And as you can see right there, just one-shot that Jack, so very good damage. So I think the Invoker would help out this Squid a lot and really make use of that Death Cap.
You know what? I figured it out. I figured out Arf's line of thinking here. Alright, let's get the board out here and let's connect the dots here. If there's a lot of players going jacks in the lobby here, what good is the healing gonna do? You're still gonna end up dying to the jacks in the first place. And if you've got enough damage, you can just melt through the jacks' healing in the first place, and then it's a winning matchup. Genius by Arfs here. I gotta admit, I did not even think of this line here, but I mean, hey, that's just the high level TFT for you, folks.
Classic thinking. The best defense is offense. It's going to be Arf's tilt at it here in game 6. He's got the Sunfire out already on the Abomination. Interestingly, he's gone the opposite side. I guess that's more to do with the Vel'Koz necessarily than the Abomination coming out. But, you know, the early Garen, the early Rel, do give him a fair bit of front line. Suddenly, that's evaporated, though, and that Olaf is getting to work very slowly. And, oh, I think there was a stun there at the end. It looked like he still had a bit of time left on the disintegration rate channel, but I think he actually got stunned, maybe by the center.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it changes all too much in the air in there. Arf's taking a good loss, finds himself in stimmy range at this point, so also in second pick, and that's a Garen with a rod on it there, which would probably be prime real estate, but Arf's is just eyeing off this Vel'Koz. Just trying to hit that Vel'Koz to a massive spike. Doesn't necessarily care for the bow all too much, though. Having a rapid fire cannon, not exactly what you want in this Abomination comp.
Here we see another Vel'Koz with the Hextech Lifestealer there. So at least one of the players is agreeing with us on that front. We're now going to have a look at the stimmy there. So okay, he's got a Lulu 2. We're seeing a big transition here from Escher, just rolling down at a rate of knots here. He's going to find a couple of 5 costs now that he's made it up to level 8. So much happening here. I'm getting dizzy. I don't know. What about you guys?
Yeah, I think not only the casters are getting dizzy here, Escher's also getting a little bit dizzy here just because how much Escher has to put onto the board for the time being. Interesting choice to stack out the Aphelios here over getting it onto the Akshan, though. It looks like it's not going to work out all too well. The Diana sucks the good old Aphelios into the middle of the fight there. And the residual damage coming through, though. This Akshan is still not dead for the time being. And it's only a matter of time before this massive Jax just ends up taking down the fight.
Well, Akshan there, at least, you know, saving him a little bit of health and sniping a couple of units to finish with. Okay, just happens across an Aphelios too. That might make the decision to put the items on him rather than Akshan work out a little bit here for Escher. I mean, he's still got a couple of items on the bench. That the second Trap Claw there didn't even help him. He didn't get it on fast enough starting out last game. He's actually going to take some damage to get Teemo in there and get the Hellion Invoker. Still at this point, just trying to make things happen and going kind of nuts. He's got some choices to make with the items left, but we're only at 4-6, so I guess he's just waiting to see what he might get from Raptors.
Fortunately, takes a pivot into the Mega Death Ray from Arfs here, but that Aphelios damage absolutely annihilates the backline. I love this new tech that we see with Aphelios players here, choosing to put in that Evoker because of the mana cost of Aphelios, and because a lot of players choose to prioritize that Rage Blade on the Aphelios. It means that you get to fire more often, and that extra 3 mana really stacks up quickly.
Also got the Banshee's Veil, and, you know, with a couple of squishy units there in the back line, that is going to help. The double spell shield on your carries like the Aphelios there. I mean, as you say, you know, he needs that Rage Blade to start ramping up, and that just makes a lot more certain that that's going to happen early game with 3 CCs needed to get through to the Aphelios.
Big roll down starting to come through for Asher here. Manages to find double Diana. That would be a Diana 2. Chooses to put in the Diana 2 over the Mystic there. Over that Gwen. Fortunately, it looks like this is going to be the end of the road, but has a fairly decent set of items to put on here. Chooses to put the Shiv over onto the Teamer instead of the Akshan there, which I personally feel like has a lot of synergy with Shiv, but Asher chooses to disagree with that. And we come up against Peanut here, who does have that massive healing potential. We're going to see big damage coming through, but the knock-up from the Diana, they're doing work. Absolutely keeping this fight alive for Asher. And now it's just a 1v1, and Asher manages to put Peanut down into the danger zone. Now that's 1 life territory right there, folks.
Very close to it in the 5th stage. Everyone's still in here, though. Why don't we just have a quick recap of who we're sort of trying to watch here, who is at risk of falling out and not making the top 8 tomorrow. You got to remember the 8 players in this lobby are currently the top 8 on leaderboard, but it's Teemo's dad, it's Escher, and it's Dawnglade, who are at risk. And of those, Dawnglade and Teemo's dad currently 1 and 2, and if they stay up around there, will have solidified their position in our final day tomorrow. So Escher, definitely the one at risk here. But you know what? In the last couple of fights, he's looked pretty good, and this comp seems to be performing as he would like it to.
Yeah, definitely. And it's finally the power spike that he needed to have hit here. I think this is what you're going to be looking at as the end game comp here. Taking down Uncle Chubby there. And again, Asher is just in this really precarious spot. I don't think we're ever going to be seeing a level 9 from him at this point, even if he manages to hit literally every single unit. If you hit an Akshan 2, doesn't matter. He's not going to be able to hit 9. He hits the Rel 2, doesn't matter. He just doesn't have the time to go level 9 at this point, simply because you just don't have enough money. You're just not going to have the time.
Ooh,
Decides to take out the Rel to put in 4 Nightbringer, I guess, realizing that this Aphelios is the key to his damage, but obviously that will reduce his frontline a little bit and a little bit of CC, but I like the play. Makes the play. Comes up against another Aphelios, so battle of the Aphelios and the Ashkans. Have to see who has more damage.
Okay, here's Aphelios getting CC'd by the opposing Diana, but the rest of the team has done the job. The Banshee's Veil helping him out. He's got, a lot to deal with there, but he is going to keep that win streak going. He's on fire now with 4 wins. So it looks like he's feeling safe for the moment with those couple of power spikes. So why don't we switch over to Peanut?
Yeah, and Peanut also finds themselves in a fairly precarious spot. Yes, Peanut's at 27 points right about now, but then 8th is really chancing it in terms of, being able to make it through to tomorrow. So you really want to be going literally anything but 8th right about now. I think if you get a 7th, you're okay. Getting an 8th, you open yourself up to so many different possibilities where things can just go wrong. So for Peanut, it's not about winning the lobby at this point. It's not even about making top 4. It's just about surviving for as long as you possibly can.
Yeah, look, if he goes 8th, if Jim Jam or Amazing get a first, they beat him. And then if Angora or Gauges get a first, it would come down to a tie break, and he would lose against both of them. So yeah, there's 4 options there for overtaking him if he does take the L right now. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I was doing some quick maths before, or maybe it was a little bit too quick counting out those people on 27. Because yeah, as we've just noticed, There's a chance. There's a chance it might not be enough. But he picked up an Abomination Spat on that Carousel. So that's moved him up to 4 A-Bomb, but, barely needed that versus Chubby Bunny there. The 2-star Vel'Koz doing way too much damage to even bring that into disrepute.
And it looks like Chunga, after everything that he's gone through today, after the amazing showing, has finally shown some weakness, has finally shown that he is capable of taking an 8th here. But it is a good time for him to take an 8th here, potentially giving the other players a chance to get back into a position where they can play on in day number 2.
Was it weakness? Was it weakness or was it humility? Is he just such a nice guy that he was like, look guys, I'm through, I'm doing fine. I'll just make sure everybody else is, I'm feeling a little bit sorry for my fellow Lobby 1 players. Let's give them more of a chance to get through. You never know.
Are you saying that the great Chunga has potentially got some humility here? I refuse to believe it. Never.
Okay. Peanut. Oh, he's struggling a lot more in this round than he was last time. In fact, so much that he's gone out in 7th now. In 7th place, I think he's actually clear.
6th.
He got
Wait,
6 Admiration, actually.
Admiration.
4 damage. Saving Peanut's tournament potential.
I think he's certainly through now. So if we've got Peanut on, I say that, I'm sure I'm going to get like a DM from Tycoon in a second being like, no, there's this edge case genome that you haven't thought about. But at 27th, plus 3 points, he gets to 30. No, I don't think there's any way. I'm pretty sure that makes it mathematically impossible. So now we are down to the players. Who have we got still left? Arf's still in, so he's fine. So now we are down to Teemo's dad, Escher, Dawnglade. I don't know how many places they have to go up to make sure. That might just be after the lobby's all said and done, we can go away and, get our calculator out on stream, because that's the cool thing to do these days. And, tally up those numbers. But for the moment, Escher, we're going to go back and have a look at him. He has managed to make that Akshan 2. He's on the 6-win streak right now.
Fortunately, it looks like for Escher is coming up into one of those really tough matchups here. The Ironclad of Chubby Bunny here is going to be doing some work simply because there's just not a lot of armor pierce here. And it looks like there's just so much damage on the side of Escher, but the Scalio just isn't dying, and the Rel's alive too. It's close. Dawnblade is hanging on by a thread now, but Dawnblade is down for the count at 5th.
And wait, he's game the entire time that he was scouting that. That reaction from Essa, the entire time he was scouting the other games there, he was still trying to work on that one Galio, and the Galio beats him.
Nobody expects the Galio Inquisition, I suppose, as it looked like Escher even surprised himself there. I think in Escher's head, it was pretty much signed off, right? We've got this fight down pat here. There's no way that a Galio would be able to solo through the damage of this Aphelios, but Galio with an Archangel staff, on the other hand, looks like it's not exactly as easy as Escher thought. Now Escher is down into that danger zone. One loss from Escher, doesn't matter how big the loss is, and that's it. Tournament's over.
And look at that, the stun. Okay, there we go. His Ranger is back into it, and the duo will finish it off there. So the Bloodthirster being just enough. Okay, Teemo's dad has gone down in 4th and Dawnglade in 5th. That means they are both on the chopping block. That means if Jim Jam, Amazing, Angora, Gauges have a big game here, they can overtake either of Teemo's dad or Dawnglade. So it's going to be interesting to watch coming into this. Man, that Galio is pretty stacked, eh? Archangels on a Galio, I can't say I've seen that, really pop off before. Is this an item? Is this just like a secret challenger tech that I don't know, guys?
You want to tell him? You want to
Tell
him?
me, tell me,
love
Krams.
I've seen Razor players. It's really good. Obviously, you have a lot of people. Obviously, he taunts everyone, so he's generating mana, so he just does a lot of damage. It's really nice, and obviously the tankiness as well. Just makes it so he pumps out a bit more damage. You see, Asher, this Aphelios is just doing a lot of work. Oh, unfortunately, goes down there. Can this Archcom pull out the win here? Timo is still alive as well. Unfortunately, oh, this is such a close fight.
The Cruel!
Oh my goodness, the Cruel survives. He's alive. Oh my goodness, that fight was insane.
Oh, you love to see it. It's it's just that's actually the second time we've got to see Timo do his best Devil impression tonight. Yeah, really fun stuff there. So that'll keep Asher alive, but it looks like the next round. Well, we could have a double. We very likely could have a double KO here with 6 health being the most that any of these players have. So Furious roll down right now, just trying to work out if he can get anything. Obviously, it's not going to be a Timo because he doesn't have the health to pump that up to level 2. What is he even looking for? Maybe a Rel to swap out or something? Any ideas what he's rolling down for there, fellas?
Yeah, I think he's just rolling down to just be able to show us how fast his APM is. You know, he's really been practicing on Roll Down Simulator.
That's a real thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I should try that sometime. I'm pretty sure that's the only reason why I can't make master.
Oh, definitely.
Yep, nothing to do with the decision making at all. Wow. Okay. Now the Rangers here have just absolutely shredded. Now that Deathblade he picked up on the Akshan making a big difference. And there we go.
God,
let's go. Escher, so happy that he knows that the first there actually confirms him getting through. And you can just see how relieved he is. As you were saying before, I love the fact that, look, sure, we may not be able to spectate whoever we want whenever we want, but having the player cams down there is just a delight sometimes. Going through all of the twists and turns of that, the Galio 1v1, the Timo 1v1, and that final victory for Escher to take out the night with and secure him. So that's at least, what do we know? I think we know Chunga's through. I feel like Escher's through, Chubby Money's through, Admiration's through. Probably Arfs is through, and then I think the rest, we're just going to wait. We're not going to speculate too much. We're going to wait for that scoreboard to come out, and hopefully we'll find out with the viewers at the same time, and we can gasp or cry. I don't know, what sort of emotions you guys have coming up for us, but I'm expecting some pretty outrageous performances.
Well, the emotional roller coaster isn't over quite yet. Even after everything that was said and done in those final few moments there, Escher still manages to clutch it out in the end there. I mean, I can't exactly say that he is OCE's most for fun player, but I mean, making it this far certainly does show his great amount of skill that he's put in. And, I think he is one of those players that a lot of people do kind of underrate a little bit. I think a lot of players do focus on Escher as sort of a bit of a meme, but tend to forget that he is actually a very good TFT player. And this just goes to show it, making his way into the top 8 now, which is almost confirmed. Again, I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves here, but yeah, I think Escher put on a wonderful performance there. What did you think, Kerams?
Yeah, he's backwards against the wall. I think he was in that bottom bracket of the top 8, and to pull out a win, he couldn't have done anything more in that game. He played really well. Really clutch 1 HP aware that Timo really saved him, but looking forward to seeing if Escher can make it after he had his back against the wall there.
Well, interestingly, we didn't see quite as much Kale towards the end of tonight. Sprinkled there, here and there. Definitely a lot at the start. There was definitely a 1 and 2 placing, I think, where we had Kale at some point. But it was nice to see, at least by the end of the night, that we have some diversity in the compositions so far. Maybe we gave Old Mort Dog a little bit too hard of a rap at the start there with that plus 300 health. Maybe not. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, I say you just gotta hit some days, and it looks like some of those players, they just didn't hit. But you know what we are about to hit? We're about to hit the scoreboard here, folks. We're about to go in and we're about to see the final standings here, and it looks like, yes, we've got the scores that we had before here. We're going to get these fixed up in just a moment, as it looks like we've got the old graphic. We're pulling the old psych on you right about now.
Yeah, Trunga was on 34 last time, so yeah, we'll just it was the emotional roller coaster, right? So part of that, of course, is juking you guys, tricking you into thinking that the reveal was coming, when of course we're still tabulating that last bit of data there. I mean, Chunga done an amazing job. I think it feels like Angora actually only who was down quite low, depending on how he's gone in this last game, may be able to make his way through and be the only prediction from today's casters that gets through there, Crams.
Yeah, hopefully I'm one hope of the to make sure our caster curse doesn't fall through. Hopefully he can make it, but we'll have to wait for the results here. What do you got to say, Frosty? I know you're burning. You got something burning there?
Look just below Angora there as well. Thank you very much. I did say that Gauges would potentially make it through to day number 2 here, but everyone seems to have conveniently forgot about that. I just like to go on record for saying that I always believed in Gauges here as well, but also Angora too. Very handsome.
Well, there's definitely a chance for those two to make it through with a strong performance in Game 6. We're just waiting on those last couple of scores to come through now, guys. Okay, so just as a recap, while we wait for that last tranche of scores to get put through there, and let you guys know who's coming and joining us tomorrow, we should just reiterate, 8 players tomorrow. All of them will be walking away with some cash prizes. I think it's $1,400 for first place there. And of course, most importantly, it'll be the first placed competitor of the TFT Reckoning Oceania regional finals that will get their chance to take on the world. And, it was amazing watching Obo in set 3 for Galaxies, make his way through that NA bracket and kind of win over an OCE slot for us, a slightly more permanent one. So, we always give a big shout out to him. I don't think he's going to have. I guess there's it might be technically possible, but he was in 14th place at the start of game 5, at the start of game 6 actually. So Obo will be struggling. Razza did it for us and came. What was it? 3rd place, 5th place? Somewhere in that
top
final.
5 top 5 in set 4.5. So he went on that amazing run. Everyone in OCE got behind him. So I'm looking forward to coming back tomorrow, seeing who's going to represent OCE and hold the hopes of our region in their hands, because I'm sure everyone will get behind it.
Yeah, I love that we only have one. It's almost like you have this sort of like hall of champions that we're creating set by set as these guys go through there and become that one representative that gets to compete in what is essentially the TFT Olympics. Don't know if you guys have been enjoying any of that recently, or the Paralympics even. I don't know if you saw one of our another fantastic player playing some Riot games, the Valorant player Magnet Brain, recently pulling in 2 gold medals and a silver medal in the Paralympics. Incredible effort.
Stuff.
Just to give a shout out to one of our other Riot games there. I'm sure we'll have these scores for you very soon, guys. Just to remember, there's depending on where you end up in our final 8 here, that will be a tiebreaker for tomorrow. So if anyone ends up on the same score tomorrow, it will be broken by what position you come in day 1 of the regional finals. And there's not huge differences in TFT scores, right? It's only 1 points to 8 points depending on where you finish in these lobbies. So you often do get those tiebreakers coming into play. Well,
I think we've got a little bit of an update. So I'm gonna feed through a little bit right now as we're about to
Okay.
go into this here.
It
You
looks
said that it was going to be like, it's like the Olympics. I say it's like Highlander. It can only be one.
Yes.
And so, that's just making us stronger as a region. But here come the final
right.
scores here.
This is it, guys. Your final 8 for the regional finals. Squeaking through with 27 points. It's Gages. Timo's dad has also made it in. Peanut, Admiration, Escher, Arfs, Chunga, and Chubby Bunny with that third place there in Game 6 is actually going to come out on top. And unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Dawnglade, falling short at 26. And Gora, so close to both, making him and Kareem's proud, getting through there. Obo and Amazing also falling out. So it was only Dawnglade there in the end who made it through. Jim Jam, Amazing. Gages couldn't quite pull out big enough performances there to get ahead. So, clutch up there by Gages. Incredible. Guys, what do you think of this final 8 lobby that we're going to be seeing tomorrow?
I always knew Gages had it in him here. I called it out from the start here, and it looks like the caster curse doesn't ring true. All the time, at least. And what can I say? I'm a god at predictions. I just know everything that's happened. Looky here, I've actually got the script from Riot for this event in my very hands. Who would have thought?
Well, I hope you'll be providing it to us tomorrow, Frosty, because, I'd love to know what's going on ahead of time. But you know what? It's probably a bit more exciting to just see it as it happens. We will be back tomorrow night with that top 8 that we've just showed you. Thank you so much for joining me tonight, Frosty, and we'll see you back again tomorrow. Kareems, that's all from us here. See you tomorrow.